Would you like to know more?
This is for you new people. I only have one rule. Everyone fights, no one quits. If you don't do your job, I'll shoot you. You get me?
We get you, sir!
Welcome to the Roughnecks.
Ratcats Roughnecks!
From Reno, Nevada. You heard that right. The biggest little city in the world. I'm back in Reno. I'm back in the Northern Command Center today. And you guys have the distinct privilege, nay, the honor of being the last audience for my episodes on the Reno, Nevada studio. Will be no more after this show. No one quits, though. We're not quitting. Oh, I've got some big news for you. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. But first, we have this from our sponsors.
Henry Cavill or Brad Pitt?
Henry Cavill.
Henry Cavill or George Clooney?
Henry Cavill.
Henry Cavill or Denzel Washington?
Henry Cavill.
Henry Cavill or Morgan Freeman?
Again. Henry.
Henry Cavill or Cillian Murphy?
Henry.
Henry Cavill or Benedict Cumberbatch?
Henry.
Henry Cavill or Tom Hanks?
Tom Hanks. Henry.
Henry Cavill or Jim Carrey?
Henry.
Henry Cavill or Joaquin Phoenix?
Henry.
Henry Cavill or Adam Driver?
Don't know who that is, so Henry.
Henry Cavill or Keanu Reeves?
Henry.
Henry Cavill or Michael B. Jordan?
Henry.
Henry Cavill or Chris Evans?
We'll go with Henry again.
Henry Cavill or Zac Efron?
Henry.
Henry Cavill or Ryan Reynolds?
Henry.
Henry Cavill or Ryan Gosling?
Henry.
Henry Cavill or Chris Hemsworth?
Chris Hemsworth. We'll go with Henry.
Henry Cavill or Tom Holland?
Henry.
Henry Cavill or Timothée Chalamet?
Henry.
Come on.
Henry Cavill or Chris Pratt?
We'll just say Henry again.
Henry Cavill or Tom Hardy?
I don't know why men cheat. And I think that when we like to, most of the women, when we bring this topic up, it kind of rubs everybody sort of like, we're petting a cat backwards kind of thing, And so we always try to find, men cheat, but women cheat too. And so there always has to be some sort of yin yang balance or something. I'm like, no. Let's just focus on why do you think that men cheat? We can talk about women later. That's fine. But let's take these conversations individually, because the first impulse everybody has, a reflexive impulse, is to try to balance out the equation or something like that. And it's like, well, you're never going to be able to do that unless you can focus individually on the reasons why guys cheat, or the reasons why women would cheat. And so when I see a video and the kind of research that Murphy is doing, which sort of teed off this conversation, I don't think we focus on the actual reasons why guys would cheat in the first place, because women will tell you, and pretty much everybody except for you said it was opportunity, right? They have the opportunity, they're dogs, they want to be able to have this variety, and if the opportunity shows up, they're going to go and do it. You're only as loyal as your options, right? Most guys don't have options, ergo they don't cheat, right? Well, I think that women believe that the reason why men cheat, most women, not you, but most women think that men cheat is because they have just this plethora of options that just like float in from the ether, and they can just, oh, here's a beautiful woman and she was just there, and one thing led to another and that was it. I'm sorry, honey, I cheated on you, right? when I don't think that that's the case, because here's my take on it: is I think that there's two elements that have to exist for a man to, infidelity for it to exist for a guy, as opportunity for sure, and a reason. And the reason, like, plenty of guys have a reason to cheat. Their wives aren't fucking them. They're basically been friend zoned by their wives, right? And so they would very much like to be able to cheat. They probably would cheat given the opportunity, but they don't. The average guy does not have the option to actually go and cheat.
Hey John,
What?
how have you managed to be married to me for so long and not cheat?
You think there's just out here that's like, hey, free p. You think that's what happens? It's a serious question. Do you think that's how it is in these streets? I'd have to put work in. I don't want to do things with you. I'm obligated to do them with you sometimes.
John!
Not big things. I like doing some stuff, but I'm saying, like, want to go sit in this line for this restaurant with a side? I put in all my effort here, and so I don't got extra effort out there. When do I have time to cheat? I be working, I come home, you're here. I don't want to hear your shit stories sometimes. I love you, I listen, and I'll engage. I made a commitment. I think I want to hear another story. Oh, God, could you imagine?
Victory.
You single or in a relationship?
Not gonna answer that one.
You wanna get in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, are you single or in a relationship?
I'm in a relationship.
With her?
No, we're not.
Y'all aren't together?
What?
That's what she said.
Y'all aren't?
Okay, anyways, let's keep him out. Bye bye.
Yo, this guy's gonna make you Snapchat fucking famous.
Keep going, keep going.
You're gonna be a victim?
Yeah, you know how it is. Like, you always see these, like, sad ass. You always feel bad for them. Chicks, they say for like 6 months we're in a relationship, and then they say on camera they're not. I always feel bad for those guys. It looks like I was one. That's gonna get you some views. That's some real ass shit. You fucking know it, boss. Thank you.
Hey,
I needed you more than you ever knew.
You can feel his soul leaving his body.
Decided to bring back a part 2 of how to break a man's ego. And again, I didn't write this. I didn't do this. These are just things that are fun to use or possibly laugh about. Why are you being so emotional? Is it your time of the month too? You're making me miss my ex.
Oh my God.
That
You're done. You're done.
Disturbing. You're making me miss my ex.
Oh man.
I honestly
go
think,
find him.
that's
Get
it.
out of here.
That's the proper response, by the way.
Here you
That's
go.
it.
Go find him.
Go get him then. Like that, honestly, breakup would happen at that point. So the second half you could say to that is, you sound like my ex.
That's bad.
That's bad, but honestly,
Yeah.
you're making me miss my ex is significantly worse and would ruin someone's life. So this one is for if your boyfriend is on the shorter side, height-wise. Oh no, this is bad. You say, you can't talk down to me from that height. I didn't expect much from you anyway.
Oof.
Emotional damage. This is the Riz Magnet 9000, a device that physically attracts
This is fucking genius.
people to hang out with you. It does this by becoming the most powerful open hotspot in the area, forcing phones to connect to it. A screen then pops up on everyone's phone requiring a password, showing a photo of me and where I can be found. I then open my app Parallel Live that makes it look like you have 50,000 people watching your live stream.
Am I famous, guys?
On my app Parallel Live, the audience is AI generated and donated to back me up.
He's a famous doctor.
He's a famous doctor.
Google him. His name is Ethan Kaiser.
Okay, good.
Because she was already connected to the Riz Magnet 9000, when she went to Google, it actually took her to a fake version of Google I created where my face is on the homepage.
Girl, he literally cured cancer. He's getting a Nobel Prize.
The one friend started filming me and then asked if they could hang out with me. And because my AI audience on Parallel Live was in hype mode, they knew exactly what to say.
Guys, should I let them hang out with me? I don't know.
Yes, take them out in your Lambo.
They wanted to come in my Lambo, but I told them I was too drunk to drive. So one took me back for a 2-minute nap. I then went back out to a pregame and I was instantly the life of the party.
Hi. Make a Maddie.
You guys excited for Ultra?
We then went to a music festival and they couldn't keep their hands off me. If you want to experience being the life of the party where everyone loves you, download Parallel Live on the App Store or comment live and I'll message you a link.
Flawless victory.
Posted photos of himself with Chris Brown, and it led to like a breakup and stuff. Dude, have you ever heard about this? So it's not only girls posting photos of them being groped by Chris Brown, they're paying $1,000 to get the photo of them being groped by Chris Brown. That's instant breakup. A girl who was engaged paid for that photo, posted that photo, and then her boyfriend broke up with her. I don't see how this is controversial. That should be the norm. Totally unacceptable. If your boyfriend lined up for like an hour to then
God, I really need to tell Tristan to take this stupid music off of these.
and pay to get a photo with like a porn star at AVN, would that give you the ick? I think most girls would probably say yes. Because he's like super simping for this girl that he jerks off to or whatever. You're his girlfriend. It should make you feel a bit ick.
That's nasty.
3 to 5 masculine qualities: bravery, willingness to take risk, protection, strength, confidence. Now, if I were Elon Musk and I wanted to build an army of robots, you would imbue these robots with all of the qualities that you just mentioned. You don't want it to ask itself how it's feeling. You don't want it to be sensitive or weak, right? You want it to have a sense of direction, a clear purpose, to be strong, to be brave, to take physical risks. Now, let's list off 3 to 5 feminine qualities: compassion, ability to listen, nurturing, movement, passion. If we then wanted to imbue life into the robot, right, we'd give it all of the feminine qualities. When you look at that, you say, oh my God, we are literally raising this generation of boys to become robots, to become these sheep that don't think for themselves. Yet the very thing we need to become human beings is already in us. We've just deemed them weak. And we've taught our young boys to hate those parts of themselves. And sometimes I think about God and just the pain that God is in, looking down at his
Jesus Christ, can you get more sanctimonious?
Their children. I gave it to you all. It's all innate in each of you. Why are you choosing to reject the things that make you human, that make you compassionate, empathetic, and sensitive? They are the cures for all of the ills plaguing humanity today.
I got a better idea. By the way, this is Justin Baldini. Justin Baldini is a guy that is getting my traffic now, courtesy of diverting hate, and still hasn't answered any of my emails or any of my requests for a communication of some sort to understand exactly why he decided that he wanted to be okay with all of this. So this is where my traffic is getting redirected. And the other thing, the other side of this thing is, I'll come back to this, but I just want to let you guys know that the whole robots thing is a narrative I've been writing about recently. So
most of the people that we do life with, we have a past life connection with. Do I personally believe in soulmates? Absolutely. So when I look at two people's charts side by side, I can see if they have a karmic connection, and I can see if they have obviously the same soul destiny connection. So I would say in a romantic relationship, maybe even a business partnership, but especially in a romantic relationship, when two souls have the same soul destiny, there's a very good sign, because you have the same soul mission.
Your Starlink password. Wait, can you send me the lineup? I don't think I see Diplo. It's not a plug and play. We just got flown in for free and like everything was set up for us. Where's my bike? Does anyone know what time Rufus plays? Where's VIP? Can you take a slow-mo video of me real quick? Let me do it again. Okay, is that good for Instagram? My playa name is Sparkle Pony. I found a moop. Woo! I met this guy last night and I think he was Elon Musk's brother. Sock, trash bag, sock. What? You had to be there last year. Where's my bike? My playa name is Darkwad. Guys, come on. I really don't want to miss Diplo's set. He's playing at 4 o'clock in F. It's 4:30. I've seen things. I was at Burning Man when it rained. iBurn isn't working. Does anyone have any water? What? Burning Man is my favorite music festival. Vintage from my influencer trip to Egypt. I left my batteries at camp. Where's my bike? Has anyone heard of 14L? I don't remember his name, but he let me take a shower in his RV. Are you okay? Nothing works anymore. And I missed Rufus's set.
God, What should my playa name be? What's going on right now? Burning Man is about 10 miles away from where from my secret bunker in Reno, Nevada today. What do you think of? Here it is. This is it. You guys are here for the very last, the last of the last here. Let's see, push this up there. Awesome. There we go. Punk rocker. They're not punk rocker hoes. Those are burners. Those are burners, not punk rocker hoes. I know, well, whatever you're gonna do, you're gonna do, right? But the Burning Man is going on right now. I know because I passed them all up on the freeway when I was driving in from Las Vegas to Reno yesterday. 7-hour drive in my Tacoma, anyways. So I am back in the command center here in Reno, Nevada. It's good to be back in here. It's so comfortable. Gosh, everything's like set up the way I like it. My computer. I just had to do a few little updates and stuff like that. That's like the length and breadth of me doing like getting prepped for this show. I already knew what I was gonna do. And the first thing I'm gonna do is ban you, big guy. Go make another account. Please go make another account. It wouldn't be a Rational Male show if we didn't have a whole bunch of spammers already. Push this way. Is that better? I guess it's a little better. There we go. The only thing I really did have to do though is I had to reset the my camera settings here because I am not on my main camera. I'm on my traveling rig right now, but it worked pretty good. It's pretty crispy. Digging it. All right. Yes. Yeah. I have a Tacoma. You guys don't know how many cars I have, do you? Technically I have 5. If you can, all the ones that I own, like that have my name on the title. I don't drive all of them, of course, but I have my Camaro. I have my Tacoma. Those are my 2 cars. My Camaro is my get around car in Vegas, and my Tacoma is when I need to like move shit. When I need to move people like Charlie from Cultivate Crypto. he had a Peloton that he had to move from like one place to another. I had to move his Peloton for him. But when you have a truck, everybody was, hey, can you help me move? Yes, all right. But no, the reason I'm here right now is because I have sold this wonderful palace, my palatial estate here in Reno. And I'm going to be closing on a new house in Las Vegas, which is a bit bigger than this one, but it kind of needs to be because I gotta do more in it. I will have my own studio that'll be kind of similar to this. I hope so. It will certainly be all the same gear, so I'm just moving to a different location. But this will be the last time I'm going to be in Reno. So. I love his place too, man. I came back and it was just like so comfortable. I'm like, what am I doing? But I've been renting a place in Vegas, and now I'll finally own. So that's the big difference between those two. So yeah, it's okay. Property tax not too bad. I'm going to do an AMA today. I have a few things on the docket that I wanted to touch. I wanted to get into a sort of assortative mating. I was going to do that anyways. Had I not had to run up here to grab some stuff. Now, the reason I'm here, of course, is so I can pack up all of my most delicate items, and then I'm going to pack them in the back, including my guitars and my instruments and stuff, so that I can take them back to Vegas. I'll probably be back in Vegas by Wednesday, maybe Thursday, depending on how much I get done. But yeah, Reno era is now over. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I know. I feel bad. No, you know what? Reno's not a dirty city at all. I think a lot of people really think of Reno as like, whenever people like say, oh, Reno, man, it's a show. I'm like, yeah, keep thinking that. Yeah, you're totally right. Just, it's ugly here. Just go somewhere else. Don't come to Reno. I don't want anybody coming around. And Lake Tahoe's ugly. Never go to Lake Tahoe. Just stay away. It's just, it's so crowded and ugly and horrible. Please go vacation in Oakland or Sacramento or something like that, because it's much cleaner. No, I love it. I've always loved Reno as well. I graduated from UNR, University of Nevada, Reno. So kind of like my hometown, more or less. I mean, I was born and raised in Pasadena, California. So I grew up in, like, for most of my young adult life was in Southern California. So I kind of fluctuated between Pasadena and North Hollywood. I mean, when I was younger, Huntington Beach and Pearl Beach and Seal Beach and all those beaches along there. But that's when it was summertime. But Pasadena mostly San Gabriel Valley, Sierra Madre, Arcadia, those places down there. Yeah, I like Reno, and yeah, you're right. A lot of Californians decided. It's funny because Reno was the first place that the Californians decided to come to. Oh, there you go. Okay, why not? Let's start with this one. Dating market in 5 to 10 years, male, female families, open cuckoldry, or will women drop men entirely to raise children together with other women? Wouldn't surprise me. Do you want me to give you the worst case scenario and then I'll give you the best case scenario? So worst case scenario is that we have to go back. Well, we're already seeing this happen, I think. And so that's why I kind of want to go with like the worst case scenario. Because I think right now we're sort of trying to square the circle of 20th century marriage in the 21st century with 21st century realities. And the social media age, the social media era, the era of mass communication. I think it was Zuby who said, human beings were never meant to have this degree of communication, instantaneous communication. And so we're no longer hunter-gatherer tribes anymore. We're expected to live in this sort of globalized society. And part of that globalization, of course, is the sexual marketplace, as I've said. So we're trying to figure out how to do marriage in the 21st century, knowing what we know about male nature and female nature. So when I listen to somebody like Scott Galloway start popping off about, well, men need to get more responsibility and man up and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, what's their motivation? Tell me how that's going to happen. Right? It's the same thing I told Richard Reeves, Dr. Richard Reeves. I think Richard Reeves has a little bit more credibility. Quite honestly, I think he's got more credibility than Scott Galloway, which isn't saying much. But I love how we have these male, masculine, for lack of a better term, pearl clutchers. Like, oh, my stars and garters, the fertility rate is drop below replacement level. Yeah, in 1975 it did, and it's still there. I love how we have these call to arms, or we have this call to action kind of shit, and like nobody realizes what the history is of what they're even talking about, because they know it's just good. It's click-through rate is what it's CTR, right? It's click-through rate. That's what they're looking for. It's just the clicks. They're looking for engagement. They're looking for impressions. That's really what it boils down to. And if it wasn't that, it'd be something else. So when we're talking about like the dating market or dating market in 5 to 10 years, dating market is going to be much different than, say, the marriage market. I think people are going to be like more generationally, let's just say, like certainly the latter half of the millennials, Generation Z, and I guess they're calling the one after Generation Z Generation Alpha or something like that. These are going to be the kids of the Gen Z kids at some point, and Gen Z is like just under 30 right now, I presume. I don't know exactly. I don't have the ages or the year ranges in front of me, but Gen Alpha. Well, isn't that ironic? But I think what's going to happen is you're going to see more and more people trying to figure out how to do marriage in a post-marriage society. And again, I'm stealing that term from Aaron Clary. We live in a post-marriage society right now. It's just nobody's got the memo just yet. And so you'll see a lot of people who are sort of we need to return to tradition, reject modernity and return to tradition. All that is like, God, I wish that we could go back to the 20th century and have marriage like it was before. That's what it was. That's all it comes down to. And so when you see these guys talking about, like, when I see, I don't know, TradCon's like, Lila Rose, for example, we're going to talk about her today. Oh, yes, we're going to talk about Lila today. Oh, God, that's going to be great when we get to that segment. But you see all these traditional conservatives and, talking about, if we just let the church take over marriage, everything would be all right. We tried that, but that's not even 20th century. That's like 12th century. Okay. We've done that before. We got that. We got the t-shirt, right? Thanks. But we're trying to figure those things out. We're trying to figure out how the dating market's going to work. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you want, here, my worst case scenario is this, is that women and men are going to become even more, increasingly more isolated and more compartmentalized, atomized, I guess maybe that's the word. And you're going to see women are only going to have a use for men when it comes to fucking. And that's pretty much it. And I joke around with this, but it's a joke, but it's not a joke. It's kind of like, I don't know if you ever saw the old movie. It's a great book, but the movie is very old now, but it's called Logan's Run. And in Logan's Run, the premise is this, is that to combat overpopulation, you only are allowed to live to be 30 years old. And everything is taken care of for you. Like there's no work, no nothing. You could do all your artistic pursuits. You can fuck till your eyes pop out of your head. It's all taken care of until you hit your 30th birthday. Then you have to go and get recycled. and it's basically, Logan's Run. He's going to turn 30 and he wants to, get out and, sort of like get it, become older, right? There's old people don't exist in the world of Logan's Run. And one of the premises of Logan's Run is there's a network, literally a network. And you put yourself on the network and you can go fuck whoever you want to on the network. And you could see that it'll teleport you. Like you get into this little booth or something like that. And it'll say, Sherry, Rollo, Jim, Jennifer, or whatever. And we'll show, and they're like usually half naked or whatever. And like, oh, I want to fuck this chick. And so like, there's this understanding between the two people, like, oh, we're going to fuck. Right. And so it's almost like Tinder in a sense, like, because you're like, they're deciding who they want to have sex with. And then if they like that person, it teleports them right to their apartment or wherever they are. And like, that's not, it's virtually, the idea is kind of there. Maybe not the teleportation technology, but the premise is still there. And I got to thinking about that recently because I joke about this all the time. You'll probably hear, I think I've said this a few times on Access Vegas, where I'm like, we're slowly inching our way towards Dick Dash, right? Where it's not just like Uber Eats or DoorDash, so that they will deliver you, your food or whatever it is, or Amazon comes and brings you your packages. Now it's Dick Dash. So women could go, I like this guy right here. I want to fuck this guy. Here, where's your credit card? Put it in. Dude shows up in 5 minutes, fucks the shit out of the chick, and that's it. No, bye. See you later. Like this escort. We have that, I guess, technically now with applications like Tryst and Let's Skip the Games, I think is one of them. But they're basically apps that facilitate escorts. I think you're going to probably see something like that. This is worst. I told you, worst case scenario. You're probably going to see a much starker separation between alpha fucks and beta bucks. And that's what I meant. Like if women can compensate for their long-term security needs with greater education, more money, more political involvement, basically, essentially more societal power. What do women use societal power for, or political power for, or religious power for? Any kind of power that a woman gets, she almost unilaterally uses it to secure herself for long-term security. That's really why women wanted to get into college in the first place, was because they didn't want to depend on men. That's how you get the idea of strong, independent women. Independent from what? Independent from men. Independent from being dependent on a guy. And I'm glad you brought this up, because it's going to sort of dovetail very nicely into the assortative mating idea right now. We used to live in a regulated sexual marketplace. And those were localized sexual marketplaces. And then once we had hormonal birth control and the sexual revolution, then we deregulated the sexual marketplace. And then later we exacerbated that deregulation with the internet and with social media and with Tinder and soon to be with Dick Dash. I guess I'm throwing this out there. I'm gonna copyright that or get a registered trademark for that, so I'll be the one. I'm going to start the Dick Dash app. Guys, if you guys want to fuck lonely old lady mids, and they probably will be right around 30s to 40s, maybe even to 50s, right? But they need it. They need dick, and they need it now. And you better dash your ass right back out there. Okay, buddy. It's like, okay, you got a delivery at this address, and then as soon as you're done, that's half an hour. She's only in for half an hour. Then you got to get over this bitch's house in 45 minutes. That'd be a millionaire. Guy, trust me, at one point somebody thought of OnlyFans, I thought, boy, wouldn't it be great if we could just sort of deregulate the cam girl market? Wouldn't it be great if every what was it, democratize? If we could democratize the pornography industry and just let anyone could be a porn star now. Literally, that's essentially what OnlyFans did. Is it democratized pornography? So why be a stripper? You could be a stripper, ladies. You could just be a stripper in the comfort of your own home. You could be. I'm a broadcast journalist right now. Technically, I don't have a degree in communications, but goddamn, I didn't need one. All I needed was this camera and a board and a mic, and I'm ready to go. Democratized the talk show industry. Right? Anybody could, any guy with a mic can do it now. Holy shit! I learned that when I did Dr. Phil. When I did Dr. Phil, and I looked around, it's just this army of like producers and videographers and editors and people who are like right there on the fly, and sound managers and people like flowing in the audience, flowing out the audience, make sure they know when to say it, what to say, when to say it, when they got their 3.5 inch, 3x5, cue card there to say what they're supposed to say, right? It's all stage managed. Everything is very, very pre-prepared. I guess maybe prepared. But I think you're going to see more and more of this democratization. And by the way, so best case scenario is this, is that at some point along the way, technology will change, will shift to the point where women will be, men and women will need each other to procreate, of course, but there has to be some sort of like disrupting technology. I don't know what that is. It's a possibility. Maybe it goes the wrong way. Like people say, well, Rollo, what happens when we get sex bots? I don't think you need to worry about sex bots. I think you need to worry more about the virtual sexual experience than a in real life sex bot sucking your dick. It's probably going to be more like, plugging yourself into some sort of haptic suit or something like that and getting your dick sucked, and you don't care because it's like the Matrix, right? It's just stimulating the electrical impulses in your brain to make you think that you just ate a steak and now you're getting a blowjob. Because that seems like a more efficient, efficacious way of going about it. Why not go the direct route? The other thing is that I think you're going to see more and more, as far as the dating market is concerned, I think you're going to see more and more of the girlfriend experience. There's going to be technologies that are going to really, really play up to the dynamics that OnlyFans has only explored up to this point. So maybe that's on the bad side, but I think that the possibility exists that either there'll be a societal shift, there'll be some sort of meteor, right? There'll be some sort of societal crash of some sort where men and women will have to depend on one another again, and we'll have to go back to our evolved gender roles, because that's really what we're doing. We're trying to figure out how to deal with our evolutionary firmware in an era of high technology. So the reason why guys don't want to get off their asses, why would they? They can get the virtual experience of getting their dick sucked and not ever have to worry about rejection, not have to worry about, STDs, not have to worry about, whether that chick's going to take them for a ride, whatever, get rolled or whatever. And then women will have pretty much the same thing. It's like men and women don't need each other anymore. We keep hearing, men and women don't need men. All right. Well, it's interesting to me that like guys are still like, yeah, we need women, of course. And women are like, we don't need no men. Yeah, until the floodwaters rise, and then you need men. Then you need somebody to sort of come in and take care of it. And I think that on some level of sort of consciousness, women do need men, but like maybe more on an emotional level, more on a companionship level. They certainly don't need men for, perceptually, they don't need men for security, long-term security at this point, although they kind of do, because women don't get to the long-term security part unless men are there to sort of facilitate that. At some point, women will have to come to a realization that men make sacrifices for women to exist, for women to actually live in their, for their existence, right? Just to have a cell phone, just to have internet service. Hell, but we saw this, like that guy, remember the guy who did the Riz app and the Riz server and stuff like that? Fucking genius, absolute legend, right? And people go, oh, that if you see women going, oh, that's horrible. That's not real. He's faking everything. Yeah, you're goddamn right. You know why? Because it works. It fucking works. It's like that guy, I forget the dude's name, who got followed around with a video camera team around a mall, and then he went down like to Central Park or something like that. And people just started following him. Oh, he's the new star of the new, he's in the new Spider-Man movie. And people are like, oh yeah, I know that guy. Complete fabrication, complete utter lie. And you just go down, and then you will see how readily women, especially women, because he's the guy, and they're like, oh, he's a movie star. I want to kiss him on the cheek and get a selfie with him. I want to get his autograph. I want to shake his hand because I know the guy. I think he's great. I used to go to high school with that guy. You know, people, when they see prestige, when they see social proof, they want to be a part of that social proof. And if you can manufacture that convincingly enough, then you get invited to the VIP parties. Then you get because women, the girls don't care they never heard of this guy in their lives. They only see 51,000 people in the chat. I've got 1,400 right now. Nice. You know? And I think I'm approaching 73,000 followers on Instagram right now. I'm close to 170 on my Twitter account, and we're still holding strong at 223,000 on my YouTube account because, diverting hate won't allow it to go any higher or any lower than that. So we can't have that. I wonder what it would be. I wonder what my subscribership count would be had the DHS, the McCain Institute, and the Diverting Hate NGO hadn't actually, choked my traffic. And by the way, choked Aaron Clary's traffic, Rich Cooper's traffic, Sandman's traffic. Does Sandman have traffic? Myron Gaines, although he's already demonetized, and Pearls, she's already demonetized anyways. So they're not really as concerned about that. But I will guarantee you, come November, you'll see there'll be the final report, right? I have the it's a biannual report for the NGO Diverting Hate. I will guarantee you in November they will have the annual report will come out, and they will proudly, triumphantly say, oh, Rollo, we basically killed Rollo's traffic for a whole fucking year. And when we do that, that's when it's a civil rights suit. And is Rollo going to go and sue these guys? No, I'm not. But I have talked to civil rights attorneys who actually want me to be in their case. So it's not like I didn't start anything. There was already shit started. And people came up to me, and I don't know if they're class actions or whatever they are. But if you go and you look up, Congressman Elijah Crane from Arizona, right? I mean, all this, by the way, comes out of ASU, out of Arizona State University. And he's been sort of banging the gong about these NGOs, and not just about like in the Manosphere, like other conservative like pundits and political ideologues, right? They're in the same boat. They're getting the same technology applied to their channels now, because in an election cycle, they want to make sure that those technological, apps or whatever they are, whatever the filters are in place, so that their guy gets in the office. They don't want anybody, like they still think that I'm creating incels and that I'm radicalizing incels, and they can't abide by that, because they think that if I do, like I'm in some way telling guys to go vote for Trump. I have yet. I mean, here we are. What is it? We're in September. We're 2 months, not even that, a month and 2 months, 2 months out from the general election. I haven't said two fucking words about Kamala or Trump or anything like that. I could give a shit who you fucking vote for. Voting is like it's the most insecure form of democracy we have right now. It's crazy. Like I thought this. I shouldn't say that. I have said one thing that is political. Here's you want to know what it was? I said this. I said we had 4 years to deal with the voter fraud stuff. We had 4 years to find some way to regulate our most sacred right, which is our voting, right? Because if we cannot rely on the veracity of our voting process, of our election process, you're fucked. You might as well live somewhere else. You might as well, or you better just start overthrowing the government at that point. Because if your voting means shit, then it doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what your opinions are. It doesn't matter how many podcasts you do. It doesn't matter any of that stuff. All you got to do is just kill that process. That's the only thing I've ever said. So anyways, my quote was this, is like, there are more checks and balances and more regulations on the slot machines, the video slot machines and the video poker machines and all of the video gambling devices that you see in any of the casinos in Las Vegas or here in Reno, any of those, there is more regulation on every single one of those things than there is in the voter process in the United States. That should tell you something. That's why I don't bother with this shit anymore, right? You vote for whoever you want to vote for, because it's anybody's fucking guess. I'm not saying that there was any shenanigans going on. There probably was. If you ask me privately in person, I will tell you what my opinion is. I'm not going to say that here on this thing. I don't know that there was any shenanigans going on. Anyways, let's see. By the way, if you want to get this is technically an AMA today, so if you want to ask me anything, and I do mean anything, you can ask me anything you want. Start of the Religion book, good stuff. What do you think about Stoicism and the cultural rise of it? Stoicism as a philosophy, I think, is great. Okay, I think as sort of a cultural movement or like a pop cultural movement, it is cope. Now, I'm not saying Rollo said Marcus Aurelius is cope. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the appeal of Stoicism now is cope. Because people go, well, I'm fucked, but I can be stoic about it and not let it affect me. Like, that's their way of coping with stuff instead of actually getting out and doing something. Stoicism is very appealing, I'm sure, to like black pill doomers, MGTOWs. I'm just going to walk away. Yeah, and then what? What are you going to do? Complain? I was explaining my new group Reignite, which is I partnered with MOA. This is my group. I shouldn't say this is not my group. I'm in a co-op, let's just say, with my business partner Joe Marin, and the group is intended for guys who are 45 to 65 years old. And again, if you're 35 or you're 75, it's okay. There's a little bit of wiggle room in there, but it's basically a program that I'm developing right now with the help of everybody else. It's not just me, right? It's like the people who are participating in it right now, to help guys who are in the prime demographic for self-deletion, right? And so I had some people, like I was on Sean Kelly's show not too long ago, about like 3 weeks ago. And Sean Kelly's, it's not out yet, but it will be coming out soon. I was on Sean Kelly's show. I was on Zuby's show. I said the same thing on Zuby's show. Zuby's my interview with Zuby is now out too. So I've been interviewing with some like heavy hitters recently. But they were asking me about Reignite, and I said, well, why are you doing this? I said, well, because I want to be able to do something that's hands-on. I want to be I don't want to just sit here and go, man, the world really sucks and people need to change. And gosh, if we just had those goddamn kids get off my lawn, right? I don't want to just be the dude that's just like sits here and goes and is a pundit and complains about stuff and is a critic and everything else. I want to go out there and actually do shit. And that's what I'm doing with these guys. And I don't see enough people actually doing that at this point. And so when I see stuff about like stoicism and everything, to me, it seems like like, I'm not saying stoicism as a philosophy is bad. I'm not whatsoever. I'm just saying that the interest in it and the hype about stoicism usually comes out when times seem really dark. Like if you go and you look at like the beginning of like World War I or World War II, stoicism was a big deal back then. And then when you see like sort of like cultural times in different, different eras, whenever there is like sort of like this more of a down cycle or like more depressing cycle, people start to get more stoic because it's like, well, I can't change the world. I can only change my reaction to the world until I get pissed off enough to go and do something about it, until I actually want to do some hands-on work. So is Rollo Tomassi ever going to be a stoic? No, unfortunately. I can appreciate it. I understand it. But am I ever going to be like a full-up stoic where I'm just going to sit here and just sort of contemplate the universe and just, I can only be in control of my actions? Well, good. That's awesome. But there's a lot more to stoicism. By the way, Marcus Aurelius is one of many stoics. So if you really are interested in stoicism, like look up other people, but then a Marcus Aurelius. He's a great guy, no doubt, but there are other stoics than that. I love that. Hey, I remember Marcus Aurelius said this. Yeah. Can you name one more stoic than Marcus Aurelius? No. Maybe you need to like Go back to the drawing board. What else do we got here? Let's see. Oh, Brandon, sorry, I was going to get to you first. 24 years old, 6'5". Holy one tall motherfucker. Six pack. I would expect so at 24 years old and 6'5". Okay. And I'm the power forward for the Knicks. With attracting, no problems attracting and keeping women. How do you differentiate me with status and money not being a factor with your 4.5% examples? Again, the 4.5% does not have to necessarily be about money. You can be at 4.5% because you're hot. You're hot. HAWT. Would you like me to you know what? Since this is the last episode in Reno, Nevada, I will tell you a story. When I finally got my head out of my ass in my early 20s, I had a girlfriend, like a high school girlfriend, from the time I was sad. Like, she was the one I got laid with for the first time. I shared my virginity with her. No, we fucked. It was good. You know what I did? You know what happened right after the little Disney birds didn't alight on my shoulder and sing, merry songs. I just toweled off the junk, went down to 7-Eleven, got a big gulp, and the buses still ran on time. Right around 20 years old, 21, when I started getting into the LA metal scene, and I started to realize like that things didn't exactly go the way that I thought my blue pill, stupid teenage mind thought they would. And yes, I am Gen X. So a lot of this stuff, like a lot of the things that people keep like saying, like, oh man, I love your work, Rollo. I used to think one way and now I don't. Boy, this is great that we have this today. I'm like, yeah, well, you know what? It's been true of most generations. And when I was 17 till I was about 19, boy, you guys would not want to have known me, man, because I was very, very blue pill, very idealistic, very like, oh, I thought the first girlfriend to ever fuck me, I thought, oh, we're getting married. This feels great. I can't say. And I was because I've been brought up on this. Oh, you got to support her. You got to listen to her. You got to be sensitive to her needs. You got to like all this shit that we still talk about today. That was still going on back then too. Like that was probably like in the beginning of it, right? And so we'd already had. I mean, by the time I was 18, I mean, we'd already been a good 20 plus years, like 25 years. Maybe more than that, into the sexual revolution and, oh, don't be so macho, get in touch with your feelings. Men need to be in touch with their feminine side, blah, 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 blah. Just all the shit that Justin Baldini was yammering about, all that started back then. And I remember that. And then by the time I got to be 21, 22, dude, man, I was a kid in a fucking candy store, man. I lived in Southern California and I lived in North Hollywood at that time. I had a 1-bedroom studio apartment. I wasn't going to school then either. Well, I shouldn't say that. I was going to community college. 1-bedroom studio apartment. My dining room table was a spool. Spool, like if you've ever see like road work and they have these big gigantic ass wooden spools to like coil up like cable or some shit like that. And those discarded spools, you just go and grab one of those, like, hey, it works as a dining room table. Let's put it out there. Mini fridge that had, whatever I picked up at the fast food place and some beer, more or less. That's when I drank back then. And dude, I'm going to tell you right now, my notch count is no secret. It's public domain. I'm at around 41, 42 as my notch count. And I would say over half of that, well over half of that notch count was when I didn't have two fucking nickels to rub together. So it didn't have anything to do with money. It didn't have anything to do with status so much. Although I should say this is like, there's sort of, you got to remember that status and prestige is contextualized. So would I have been able to go walk into some country club at the fucking golf course or something like that and pick up chicks? Probably not. But you put me into Troubadour or the Roxy or Gazzari's back then. Oh yeah. I know who I'm going home with. And I walk in the door and within 30 minutes, I know who I'm fucking that night. So it had nothing to do with money. In fact, I brought this up with Mike and everyone else. I was like, dude, the most ass I ever got was when there was at my poorest, because the women that I was with wanted to they wanted to support me, right? They would buy me shit. They would buy me drinks. They would buy me. I had one girl give me a car so I could go see her. So yeah, I mean, to be in the 4.5% is not a socioeconomic thing. Although later on it might, I mean, Justin Waller, it's great if you have that, but Justin Waller's going to get laid no matter what, because he's 6.5, or he's probably 6'3", 6'4". Good looking guy, in shape, whatever. You're gay, Rollo, whatever. But yeah, it doesn't have anything to do like prestige, and you got to remember prestige and affluence and social proof pre-selection. You don't have to be rich for that. I'll tell you that I've been saying that for a long ass time. Oh, wait, I got to you. Oh, there we go. No, I haven't seen Alien Romulus yet. I want to. We were supposed to, but then Myron Gaines decided to come into town, and all my fucking movie plans went out the window. But as soon as I get back to Reno, as soon as I get back to Las Vegas, probably Thursday or Friday, I might go see it. I'll go see it at the Red Rock Theater. Let me tell you something. It's weird being me sometimes. No, it's a flex. It's weird being me sometimes because I swear to God, as God is my witness, has happened, and I'm sure the dude probably is watching this show right now. I had a dude. Was it 9 a.m.? It was 9 a.m. Yesterday morning, and I drove into the Maverick station over by where I live to fill up the gas tank in my Toyota Tacoma. I go inside to get a cup of coffee and get something for the road, because I know I'm going to be on the road for a long time, right? Power bars. Right? I had this dude come up to me. He goes, he looked like he was going to leave, and then he turned back around. He goes, "Hey, Rollo, I just want to shake your hand." Like, it's 9 in the morning. It's fucking Maverick. The guy just comes up to me. He recognized me in Maverick, in the Maverick station, and I was just like, that's a little weird. Like, I know people, like, there's people around like where I live right now in sort of like South Summerlin. Like, if I go to there's this one place called General Admission. It's a really great bar and grill. And I walk in there, and I know like people are going to know me as soon as I walk in there. But like, Maverick at 9 a.m., I'm filling up my gas tank. Holy shit. I used Chat GPT messages in the past and Parallel Live the other day in real life. Insane how good it works. Progressive Victory gals were not happy about it. Of course not. Because you know why they're not happy about it, Newt? Is because you're doing an end around. You figured a workaround around the hypergamous filter, women's intuition, if you prefer, but the hypergamous filter, right? Is this guy really who he says he is? And the funny thing is that women and female nature wants to believe that you're the shit. They really wants to believe that. And so when guys figure something out like that, when they figure out like the Parallel Live, it's fucking genius, man. Well, people are going to figure it out though, because now the dude's like broadcasting it and making it available on Instagram. And some people are going to figure it out after a while. But in the meantime, it is a abject lesson in how easy it is to manufacture pre-selection, because those women, or social proof and pre-selection, if you prefer, using Chat GPT for your messages. I've been following. I know, you know that I've been watching you do this, Nuke. Using Chat GPT for your sort of your touchy-feely messages is fucking genius. And the thing that pisses them off isn't that you're doing it; it's that it works. It's that it's so convincing that it works. Oh, I can't, how evil and manipulative you are. I'm like, bitch, you've been on OnlyFans for how long? We don't call that evil and manipulative. When women monthly convince God knows how many simps they have in their subscribers, right? How many of those guys think they have a shot or are addicted to the girlfriend experience? How is like using Chat GPT for a reply or something pales in comparison to the amount of money that's changing hands for simps who are really literally definitively being manipulated by women. But we don't call it that. It's just business. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, they were not. They weren't too happy about that. The reason why women hate that is because you're circumventing their feminine instincts. They're what I call the hypergamous filter, and that's it. Is this guy really who he says he is? There's two real, like when women give you shit tests, they're trying to determine two things. Like the active shit test is this guy really who he says he is, and then the passive shit test, which is this guy the best I can do? Okay. In this case, it's the active shit test. Is this guy really who he says he is? Well, I've got, let's say I've got the Riz app, I've got Parallel Live, and I've got ChatGPT to sort of like streamline my responses and streamline my path to social proof and pre-selection, because how else am I going to do it? I can't go fucking get past the velvet rope and the wet republic. Why wouldn't I go and do something like this? That guy deserves props for figuring something out. Now, is it going to last? I don't know. Sooner or later, women will figure it out, right? But in the meantime, the reason why they're going to get pissed off at that is because it works. That's why. It works, and they don't like being reminded of their own duplicity, and they don't like being reminded of how they deal with cognitive dissonance. So good job. Please keep going. Strike one for the home team. Super chat, Giuseppe De Fraia. Super chat. I had a long think over the weekend, and I'm not necessarily against women having the right to vote. Here we go again. Okay. Go to college or start a business, yet they need to be held accountable for their decisions and actions. Simple. Okay, I agree. That's what I kept saying. I'm glad you finally come around to the way I think here is first of all, I don't think it's tenable to remove women's right to vote. Oh, do you think it's right or wrong? I don't give two flying fucks. I just think I don't think it's impractical. So you're not going to take it away, and the people who are going to fight you aren't going to be women as much as it's going to be men. You know, it's going to fight you. It's going to be this.
3 to 5 masculine qualities: bravery, willingness to.
That's guy, man bun. That guy, he's the one who's going to fight you. We should just give over our politics and our social power and everything else to women because, men, we've really fucked everything. We fucked everything up. Oh, please forgive us, divine feminine. That's pretty much what it comes down to. So you're never going to remove women's right to vote, period. However, I don't necessarily think women should have the right to vote or men should have the right to vote if they don't have skin in the game. I think we need fundamentally have like voter reform. We need to have regulation over votes. I think that if you serve in the military, maybe that should count for something. I think that if you are a man, you have more skin in the game than women do when it comes to your own representation in the political process, because men are are automatically signed up for now selective service, because for the mere fact that you have a penis hanging between your legs and not a vagina. That right there should in some way delimit women's power, political power, and should in some way expand men's political power, because we're talking about the potential of loss of life. There's no more powerless a situation than somebody saying you're going to die. We're going to put you in a physically life endangering situation because you're a man and she's a woman. So should we take away women's right to vote? No, you can't do that. But you know what we ought to be able to do? We ought to be able to in some way have political representation be qualified by certain things. Definitely. And that applies to men and for women. So if women were taking the same risk, if they were signing up for selective services, or even if they were required to, we can have a different conversation at that point, but they're not. And that's why I keep saying that it's not about women's rights. It's about women's accountability. And I know smart ass fucking Alex from Dateside, a chin bun, decided to pop off about like, oh, well, you know, all these red pill guys in the red pill ether think that women need to be held accountable. Well, what would they be held accountable for? And I said, well, we could start with an equal standard of justice first, you dumb fuck. We could start by holding men or holding women to the same standard of justice that we do for men. We can ensure that they receive the same penalties with at least with no leniency. When it comes to sentencing, that might be a good start. How about the whole selective service thing? We could talk about that too. There's a lot of things we could start with. But he wanted to say, he thinks that it's some sort of nebulous, like, you know, people say, well, how do you hold them accountable? Blah, 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 blah. They're only doing what they're doing because, you know, men have let the guard down, and men have all the power, and they just let them have the power. No, we're now this side of the, 60, almost 70 years, this side of the sexual revolution. We have empowered women. They don't need men anymore. Men are superfluous. How many times I got to say that? Nice to have around, but not necessarily. Dick dash. That's all they need men for. And even if that's not true, that's the perception. So what are you going to hold them accountable for? Well, how about we hold them accountable for their voting? How about we hold them accountable for the things that we think we ought to be repealing the 19th for? Okay, well, maybe that would be a good start. Rollo, have you heard of Castle Club? Yes. If so, would you be interested in collaborating with us? I know Castle Club is it's a membership thing. Is it I know it's Myron and Fresh are doing it. It's a possibility. I would have to talk to the guys in MOA because I don't know if that would be a conflict of interest. But if you want to hit me up, Real Life Military, just email me. You can find my contact information in the description there. But yeah, I might be. Just throw me the pitch, man. Tell me what it costs. Don't tell me what you've done in the past. Like, I mean, tell me what it's about, and then tell me what the cost is, because like, I don't have time to fuck around. I hate it when like I get these stupid fucking emails from people, like from these like guys who want to do my Clips channel. I have a Clips guy. Thanks. He's doing pretty good. Nick's doing pretty good these days. I have a guy that helps me out with shorts, although they're mostly reels. And I always got somebody who wants to do that. Or I get like people who are like, hey, I'm going to make you a bunch of videos, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, okay, great. Thanks. But then it's like the conversation or the email starts out with like, I've never gotten an email from these people at first in my entire life. It's the first time ever. And they start the exchange with, we just wanted to circle back around to you and make sure you got the email we sent you last week. Look through all, you know, there was none, but that's how they started, to make you feel like you have some obligation to fucking respond to them. Fuck you. If I see that, I delete that immediately. I won't have anything to do with you. If you want to pitch me straight. Don't try to do some end around. Don't try to say, oh, geez, did I respond to this guy? Maybe I didn't know about it. Or God, I had so much going. Don't fucking do that to me. God, I hate that. Stoicism has its uses, but if you're stoic with a woman, you'll bore the shit out of her. Yeah, you will. Well, I think people mistake stoicism for just like being I'm gonna be aloof. I'm just sit over here on the side of the club and just watch the plebes intermingle with their pets, and I'm rising above. I'm Sigma. I'm just not part of all of this. Yeah, you're not. You're literally not, because you're not participating. You're not actually putting yourself out there. It's like stoicism almost, and I'm not saying this is like real stoicism, but stoicism, like for a lot of guys today, for sort of like the sort of despondent nihilistic guys today, it's just another way of saying monk mode. It's really all it is. Monk mode should, if that helps you out, hey, more vaya con Dios, but make sure it's like just for a spell, just for a little while, no more than 4 weeks, not even that, 3 weeks, just to sort of help you get over the hump, I guess. I don't know. Your book, Unplug Me. Thank you, Alpha Podcast. The Alpha Podcast. We should stop using the term alpha in our branding. I'm getting to that point. Rational Agent, how do you treat sassy and nasty women? What, nasty women? What do you mean? Like this?
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Oh.
Where is my Jedediah? I love my Jedediah. Where's the Joan Rivers of the red pill? Jed, come out of retirement. Come to Vegas. We have cookies here. In my experience, if they are getting older, the more arrogant they become. Yeah. Either those are shit tests or they are just like that. Now, women being nasty and sassy is, I think a lot of that has to do with just sort of this innate hubris that women have. Nothing has exacerbated innate feminine hubris than like social media and sort of having this preeminence in the global sexual marketplace. So I was I forget who it was. Might have been, no, I guess maybe it was Alex, talking about or trying to challenge the idea that like we don't live in a gynocentric social order. I'm like, the very fact that you don't see that going on around you is pretty much, it tells me all I need to know about you. So I get this quite a bit. Like people will say, well, Rollo, men run the world. They're the ones who are in politics. They're the ones who are in the money. They're the ones, like, yeah, at the top of at the apex, right? Apex fallacy. And then down the pyramid is nothing but women. And then at the base of the pyramid is where all the men are. And so if you go and you look at, if you ever wanted to know why we have decided, or we have sort of in this mass exodus from like the way things used to be, if we want to know why we've switched from a hierarchical societal organization to an egalitarian ideal, it's because we have empowered women since the sexual revolution. So if you go and you look at all of the things that have gone sort of awry in society, we could talk about the marriage rate, we could talk about the divorce rate, we could talk about abortion, we could talk about Title IX, we could talk about all these sort of social institutions that have been instituted since the sexual revolution. They all go back to 1965, and you can see that each one of those paradigm shifts have been instituted to empower women at the expense of men. And that's my main point of contention with guys like Scott Galloway or Dr. Richard Reeves, is they want to think that there's some sort of magical way that we can empower men but still not disempower women. And the problem with that is that just by bringing up the idea, saying those words, these words coming out of my mouth, we can empower men, saying that is offensive. And it's offensive because it is a zero-sum game. They don't think that it doesn't have to be a zero-sum game. Well, ideally, in a fucking fantasy world, I'm sure that's the case, but we live on planet Earth. And just the very fact that you would vocalize that means, and would in some way be censored or ratioed or be put on a DHS watch list for even bringing that up, that is a zero fucking sum game. So what are you going to do about it? Nothing. They're just going to sit there and they're National Council for Boys and Men, and they're just going to describe the problem and just diagnose the problem and do jack fucking shit about it. That's why I'm doing Reignite. That's why I'm going out and doing the stuff that I'm doing right now. So no, I want to do it just because I want to. I feel like I have more purpose. I can go out there and do it, talk to these guys, and help guys sort of restart their lives instead of ending their lives. I don't see one of these sons of bitches doing anything remotely like that. It didn't even occur to this. Not have a kernel of a fucking germ of a thought to them. But they will go and they'll write Substacks about it, and they will go and make TikTok videos about it, and they'll make fucking Instagram reels and YouTube shorts about it, and just talk about it on whatever the next podcast they happen to get invited to. But they won't do shit. I will. That's the difference between you and me. We're not the fucking same. As far as like arrogant women, like, who cares? You care about something? How do you treat sassy and nasty women? The same way I treat any other woman. Yeah. You can tell the sort of the quality of a woman's character by how she deals with men, just men, but other people who can do nothing for her. That woman can't, if there's a guy or even another woman that can't do anything for that woman, watch how she treats that person. Watch how she treats the staff, the housekeeping, the waiter, the waitress, the busboy, right? I mean, those are easy ones. Like whoever's doing the dry cleaning, how do they treat them? Yeah, it's, that's never been, I've done that for a long time. I've done that since my 20s. It's like, I'm always looking and say, how is this person treating this other person? Right. And people will say, women in particular say, well, I would do the same thing for guys. Okay. But we're talking about women. So that's where we're going with this. I'm so sick of that. By the way, I'm gonna read you actually, might be a good segue here. Let me finish the rest of these and I'll get into that. I did. I popped off again. Sorry, I have a tendency to do that. Mike Sartain always says, like, well, Rollo's a different person on Twitter than he is in life. Yeah, very much so. But Twitter is fake and gay. So what are you gonna do? When are you coming on my stream, Josie? Were you hitting me up on Instagram? I apologize if you hit me up in my Instagram DMs. Sometimes shit gets lost in the sauce. Josie, hit me up on email me. It's rtrationalmail@gmail.com. You can get all of my contact information is down there. It's better if you just like email me, and then I'll probably will like work something out with you. Josie something or other. Did you try to get me on your show recently? Oh, okay. I'm looking at her video. I'm looking at her channel right now. Yeah, I mean, I'll check it out. I don't think I even did I get an invite from you? I'm not sure I did. Let's see. What are you about? What are you on about? Join me on my quest to become a full-time live streamer. Okay. Starting from the absolute bottom of the barrel, 0 viewers, no shortcut. Well, you're not at 0 now. You're at 14,000. That's not too bad. I mean, for a start off, I started streaming June of 2024. Bitch, in your audio, 14,000. What do you need me for, man? Clearly you're on your meteoric rise going on right now. Your channel, I'm looking at your channel right now, and let's see. I think you do react. It looks like most of your stuff is like reaction videos. Andrew Wilson and Jim Bob react to Wes Watson. That was like 4 months ago. Those are your videos. You do mostly live? What's on your live here? Oh, Jesus Christ. Now you got Glenn Lawrence. That's probably why I didn't answer you. Let's see. What else do we got here? Yeah, don't bother. If you've collabed with Glenn Lawrence, then don't bother. How should men embracing their mission, sexual strategy, and imperatives, not imperatives, have a healthy relationship with future kids? How should men embracing their mission, sexual strategy, and imperatives have a healthy relationship with future kids? Should having a good relationship with them even be a goal within our gynocentric environment? I don't think it's necessarily a gynocentric or a male or female specific. Again, are they your future kids or the next generation? Because the best way to answer this question is go read my third book, which is Positive Masculinity, which I go in there and I talk about like how like guys can like sort of get into red pill parenting from a red pill perspective, right? And a lot of guys who don't even have kids, don't even have kids at all, like, well, you know, I plan to have them in the future, Rollo, and I want to live the red pill example for them. Like, well, you might be the only guy that like a young boy sees as a positive masculine role model, or sees as a role model at all, for that matter. And so understand, like when I'm talking to my my niece and my nephew, well, they're older though, but like if I'm talking to, but when they were younger, my MO, my mode of operating was just to sort of live it out, right? It's like anything else, man. Demonstrate, do not explicate. If you're embracing your mission, first of all, I hate that term, embracing your mission. What the fuck is that? What's your mission? Maybe your mission is to be a school teacher. In that case, I would have a different answer for you. But the thing is like, I think a lot of people want to say, don't chase women, chase your mission. Well, what the fuck is your mission, man? Like, if you can tell me what that is, or if you can like wrap your head around that yourself, then you could probably come up with a good answer for you, right? Your sexual strategy, what is that? To fuck a lot of girls, or to fuck a lot of girls and then get with one girl? I don't know what your sexual strategy is. The main sexual strategy, the innate sexual strategy for men is unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. So if you're talking about that, then sure. Imperatives, have a healthy relationship with future kids. You know, are you trying to sort of like develop yourself into the perfect father so that you will later on be better off with kids that you don't even have yet, with the wife you don't even know yet? I would say this: get more experience. And I was joking around with Gia McCool, and she was talking about like making bad decisions, or no, it was tattoos. It was tattoos. Tattoos are a bad decision. I'm like, yeah, it's just horrible. Oh, I can't believe these guys with tattoo. It's a bad decision. And then, and so I'm like, well, sometimes bad decisions make for the best stories. So if I was good to follow that logic, then my worst decision was to get involved with the BPD girlfriend that I got with when I was in my mid 20s, right? I wasted a lot of time. I fucking just squandered away so much fucking potential as a result. I still kick myself in the ass for that. Like, I still think that. I go, fuck, why did I do that? I know so much better now. I didn't then. And the reason I know much better now is because I had to go through that shit. So sometimes bad decisions and the shit that I'm not saying go out there and deliberately make bad decisions. You're going to make bad decisions no matter what. But it's just as unlikely, I guess, to make good decisions and then have those be some sort of force multiplier later on in your life as it is to have bad decisions and have those be a force multiplier later on in your life too. I would not have been able to write the first book, certainly the first book, in definitely not the last book, were it not for the experiences that I had during my 20s. And if you had known me, if anyone here, anyone in the Manosphere or in the Stratosphere or whatever the fucking sphere we're talking about right now, if anybody had known me back then, they go, Rollo, man, you're a degenerate. Like if you'd have known me when I was 22 years old and I was just like, let's go, you, let's go, you, let's go, right? If you had known me back then, I was playing in band. I was playing the devil's music, man. You're playing heavy metal. Playing metal. Of course, maybe it was glam scene at that time. But if you'd have known me back then and you'd have known like what I did, how I lived my life. So I just told you I lived in a one bedroom studio apartment with a spool. How degenerate. Yep, it's fucking great too. And you would not have Rollo Tomassi today were it not for that experience. So sometimes bad decisions make for the best stories, right? Or make for better people sometimes. If you get past that, yes. Am I a father and a husband now? Yes. Do I take care of business? Yes. I take care of people I'm not even related to, because I just feel like I need to give back, right? My policy is this, and I know this will get me into a lot of trouble, probably because I know rich people are selfish pricks and that's how they stay rich, right? But I've never been like that. So if and I've said this on several occasions, I've said this to you know who you are. If I can help, I will help. If I can't, it means if I'm not helping you, it means I really literally can't help. Like, I mean, I have invested in people like the Sables. I've invested in Giovanni Sanders. I've helped out Tiffany Fox, not go too far off to talk to her off the fucking edge. I help Sam Bada, who's been a lifelong friend as a result of that. I take care of my mother-in-law. Right? She's dependent on me. I don't have to do that. I do it because it's duty a familia, right? That's why I do that. If I can help, I will help. But if I'm not helping you, it means it's been a down month. But I will help you out, because I was wishing to God somebody would help me out back then, and nothing came out of it. So I don't feel like I have to. I don't feel like I have to help. I just sometimes remember what I said, like you can't help. It's enlightened self-interest. You can't help other people until you help yourself first. Like I help myself first, and then I'm not a selfish fucking prick. If I think you're worth investing in, especially talent, man, musical talent in particular, I'm happy to float you some money. I'm happy to help you out any way I can with networking and if all it is just reposting your shit, I'm good with that. Giuseppe, again, unfortunately, life is a struggle to the top, and life is unforgiving. Wait, let me get my fortune cookie here. Cruel and brutal. Every single day that you live will be filled with hardships, pain, and various changes that life flows through. Oh, thank you, Confucius. Rollo, I know you like Warhammer 40,000. Yes, I do. Have you ever checked out the stories of Robert E. Howard and the world of Conan the Barbarian? Why, yes. Yes, Grasshopper. I used to like that. When I was younger, remember those community college days? Jack Vance is a good one too. I don't know if you're familiar with him. And then Michael Moorcock, there's a name for you. All of the Elric series of books I really enjoy. I'm not one of those guys who like says, "Oh man, if you're wasting your time reading fiction, you're wasting it, and you could be like reading, Millionaire Mindset and your first, your first million or billionaire offers and shit like that." I'm like, I read those often enough, thanks, but it's not like impossible to actually get something out of fiction. By the way, speaking of which, I decided that I was going to listen to an audiobook when I was driving from Las Vegas all the way up to Reno, and I'm still not finished with it. I probably will finish it on the way back. But it's a book by Michael Crichton, and it's one of his lesser known books. It's called Pirate Latitudes. And it's, as advertised, it's about pirates. And the one thing I really like about Michael Crichton is he doesn't have a specific genre, or he never did too much world building. He would take like a topic that would interest him, like for instance, cloning dinosaurs and what's going to happen if we clone dinosaurs. He was also responsible for the 13th Warrior, which was the Eaters of the Dead, which was a fantastic book and a fantastic movie, and does all of his homework as he is a meticulous studier of the genre that he's about to write. And once again, Pirate Latitudes, no different. Now, of course, it was published after his death. These are like because he died in like the 90s, I think. But Michael Crichton is just a fantastic author, and you will actually learn shit from his fiction because he does his homework before he does before he writes the story. Now, the stories are very well crafted as well, right? I'm not going to give away the book, but it follows. It has specific times. It has very specific details about the ships and the galleys and everything else, and the frigates and the brigs and everything else that they have going on at that time, and the politics that were going on at that time, because he did a whole bunch of you could tell he did his homework on that, and he's not just pulling it out of his ass. And you're not going to get that from Pirates of the Caribbean. Now, granted, I liked Pirates of the Caribbean just as well, but like for like sheer like I don't know, if you're a nerd like me and you want things to be at least somewhat close to accurate in your fantasy, then like Crichton's just a fucking he was such a good author. That's what I would want to be as a author of fiction. And so not only am I learning something about that particular time, because it's a period piece, obviously, I'm learning about how he crafted the story. I'm learning about his writer's voice. I'm learning about so much other shit that's going on in a work of fiction. Same thing. I can't suggest Dune enough. Frank Herbert, right? It's just such, his stuff is so good, and there's so much it's so rich with like lessons and stuff in there, as well as he's telling this epic story. Lord of the Rings, same thing. I mean, there's just so much going on in there. But yeah, definitely. Michael Crichton is such a he's up there with Herbert. Frank Herbert for me. I wanted to read this to you though. Where did I put that? Oh, I know where I did. Hold on a second. That's not it. Okay. So I got myself in trouble on Twitter again, and I regret nothing. let me stop lying. I don't regret a goddamn thing. But where'd it go? Oh, I know what it is. I posted this I think it was yesterday or the day before, and I put, oh, there it is. Okay. Again, all of my one sentence tweets are the ones that everybody goes ape shit over. So I posted this: gentlemen, you do not owe women a better life. That's all it is. That's the tweet, right? And I've said this before. I put it up there, and of course, I'm just doing it for effect at this point, trying to figure out, what people, how people are going to respond to this, right? Right now, it stands at 147,500 views. Okay. I don't know if that would technically qualify as viral, but people really wanted to be involved in this, right? So let's see if I can put this up here. Just briefly, I'll share the screen with you. That's it right there. Okay, so Nuke, I see you decided to chime in on this. Let's see if I can put myself over here. Yeah, it's okay. We'll just leave it like that. There it is. Only our mothers deserve it unconditionally. The rest can't have it. I didn't say anything about unconditionally. I didn't say anything unconditional. I just said you don't owe women a better life. That's the sentence. That's the quote. And whenever I do these things, especially if you ever see me like quote one sentence to try to be brief as I possibly can, you know me, I'm gonna go for like 3 hours a day. If you see me like try to like sum something up in one line, it's usually a social experiment. Not gonna lie, I'm in full disclosure. Only woman deserving a better life is your mother. I didn't say deserve. I said owe. But it's funny how people like take this stuff. Remember when I told you guys this? I said you can't tell people information without telling them how to feel about it. This is people telling me how we are telling others, by the way. They're using this golden opportunity to tell everybody in the Twitter sphere how they should feel about this, right? So we'll get like only women deserving a better life is your mom. I can think of a lot of moms who are undeserving. But again, I didn't say deserve. I said owe. What does owe mean? To owe somebody something implies debt. That's what this means. Now, another great book that I was reading is actually called Debt. And I forget the guy who was the author of it. He just passed away too. But the concept of like the human concept of debt being something like owing a life debt, right? Or when Jesus died on the cross to cover our sins, it was paid the debt, right? So it can be everything from just hey man, you owe me $20 for a bet, right? To the savior of the universe dying on a cross, right? Because we had a debt to pay and he paid it for us, right? It's always comes back to debt and owing. And I think the thing that's funny is that the reason why this rubs people the wrong way is because there's an implied debt. It's implied that men owe women something, and usually it's a better life. Thank you for that. David Graber, thank you. Sammy, will you put that in the chat? Because it's just a really good, really great book. Another one that I read this year. How many books have you read this year? Dear gentlemen, you're always the prize. Know and respect and elevate your worth. Okay, that's good. Got it. But again, true. Nor do women owe men life, right? Where the fuck is that coming from? Eli said, some chick named Eli, right? How many followers do you have, Eli? You have 2192. This is Eli. Hey, would. Cute, but again, the presumption is that I'm attacking. I'm not attacking with this. This is just a statement of fact. Nor do women owe men life. Owe men life? Where the fuck did that come from? I said a better life. Owe men life. Okay, well. I used to think this and gave them one, yet all they did was complain and just want more. Okay, if you love that person, you do. You do owe them. So if you fall in love, if you feel some sort of like tingle between your legs, then you owe them a better life, or you owe that girl a better life. Someone, anyone. Oh, geez, I just got a text from Robert Kiyosaki. He's hanging out with RFK right now. Wow, that's interesting. I just got a picture from Robert Kiyosaki. I'm just sits in my feed right here. He doesn't know I'm doing it. I'm doing my show. I'm half expecting Mike Sartain to call, or at least to text me halfway through this show. You only owe yourself a better life. You got it. Okay. Men really live their whole life doing things for women that always turns out bad. Yes. Giving my wife and son a good life is an honor rather than an obligation. In return, I get to come home to a world of love and support every day. What else are you gonna do? It hasn't been roses and unicorns. We made our mistake. Look how people like have to like tell you about their personal situations just from one sentence. True. However, womb giveth life, and womb equals God. Remember what I said. You can't tell people information without telling them how to feel about it. This guy is telling us that womb equals God, and so therefore we owe women a better life. There's no such thing as a better life, but there is such thing as giving Thanksgiving back. I just don't. Oh, and then you got so then you got the eggplant and the peach. So it's fucking got it. Okay. Simple and powerful truth as usual. They've redefined what a woman is. I don't see how that's relevant. True. But still men do willingly give them a better life because of love. So that's interesting. So that's the second time that somebody said that. So if you feel the emotive feeling of love, then you are. And now Gia's in my fucking hi Gia. I'm glad you're watching. Thanks. I knew it, but it's nice to hear someone say it. Got it. Okay. Venn diagram, gentlemen, and your followers. Thank you. See, I'm not a gentleman. There's gentlemen, and then there's my followers. So if you're following me, then Diane James has declared that you are not gentlemen if you follow me, because I said you don't owe women a better life. The end. Thank you, Diane James. What do you got here, Jane? Let me see this. You and your 145 followers. I'll be sure to tell my 170,000 followers that. And this one tweet rubs her this way, rubs her like that. Nope, not at all. The shit they're doing to y'all and have been doing, nope. Okay. A gentleman understands that women are capable of creating their own path to a better life, and he supports them in their endeavors. Jeez, man. Zen nudge. I have no idea who that is or what that's about. Let's see. The best post of the day. Thank you. I thought so too. If I love her, I do. There it is again. If you love somebody, then you owe them a better life. How come they don't owe you a better life? You know what? She's in love with me, so she owes me a better life. Imagine the fucking nuts on my sack if I were to say that. Yeah, Mrs. Tomassi loves me, so she owes me a better life. I should try that. I should put that one on. I think that should be the next one I do. I don't owe women anything at all. I owe my wife, my daughter, and my mother in that order. All I can afford them. Why? See, here's the thing: is like when I was talking about just a moment ago, when I was talking about if I can help, I do. Right? If I can help, I don't do that out of a sense of like obligation. I do that because I think it's a cool thing to do, right? And again, it's not like, I mean, I've helped out Tiffany, I've helped out Kevin Savo, I've helped out, other women, and then I've helped out Giovanni Sanders. I've helped out. I don't give a shit what's dangling between your legs, man. You seem like you're in a position where, like, if I gave you a little bit more, if my cup runneth over, I spill a little on you, then you can take that and you can better your life with that or save your life with that. Fuck yeah. I'm happy to do that, but I don't owe that to you. And again, if I can help, I will help. It's not out of a sense of debt or obligation. It's just being cool, right? Just being all right with people. Man, jeez. Like, the thing is like, how come they don't owe you that? And that's what's the funny thing about this is it's so gendered. It's so gendered. It's gender specific. So men don't owe women a better life. Women and guys who are like I wonder what Justin Baldoni, whatever the fuck his name is, would have to say about something like that. Because I don't see why that's if we're going to talk about true parity and egalitarian equalism and equality and all this other shit, that should be a no-brainer. But it's not. And I tried to bring this up, and I showed you that one clip from Access Vegas where I was saying I was trying to parse out, and I did this in my latest Substack, which, by the way, is on Substack, is really good. It's Why Men Cheat, right? And the reason I put that out there is because we've been focusing so much on, well, why do women cheat? Because it's a mate switching hypothesis, or it's dual mating strategy. Okay, great. And I thought the thing that pissed me off the most about this was that when I read Dr. David Bust, popping off about like men and women and who cheats more and who has infidelity and why do they do it and everything else, he gives men's sexual experience, men's sexual response, just a short shrift, right? Well, if I was to write a book about why men have sex, it'd be like a 1-page pamphlet. Get the fuck out of here. You're a scientist. You're a research scientist. Because I think there's a lot more going on there, but the very fact that that's even like something like he's going to throw out as some sort of like, well, y'all know the guys are just fucking walking hard on. So let's talk about why women cheat. Why? Men are way more complex than that, and I wish we would stop this bullshit about like how men are just these animals and these pricks. And they're dogs, and what is it? And men are only as loyal as their options. Yeah, well, why don't they have options? Why don't men cheat more? That's why I threw out that other video that was right on the tail end of that one with this guy who's like, well, how come you don't cheat on me, honey? Well, like, chicks aren't out there just spreading their legs going, here's the pussy. That's what I said. Like, what? So I don't know if you guys caught this, because I don't know how many people in this audience, in the pod class audience, actually catch an episode or two of Access Vegas. But we actually have some good conversations now and then. It's not just like big titty porn stars and FHM models. And this was one of those instances where I thought it was a really good conversation. And I brought this up, and I did this on purpose because I knew I was going to do this before I went in. But I went around the horn with all the girls on the table, and I said, why do you think that men cheat? Hell, I even asked some of the guys too, but I polled all the girls, and each one of them were like, well, opportunity. Like, how much opportunity do you think men have to cheat? Like, guys who cheat like have to have the opportunity. First, there has to be another willing participant to want to have an affair with or want to fuck. It's just, like I said, it's not just a drop out of the ether, like manna from heaven. Oh, this pussy just dropped in my lap. Most guys don't have the opportunity to cheat. That's it. That's why I thought it was interesting, because it's like, well, if it shows up on the doorstep, or they happen to be in the same club at the same time, guys are going to want to fuck. It doesn't matter if they're married for 10 years. It doesn't matter if they're girlfriend for 2 years. They're just going to fuck. Maybe, but how often does that happen? Unless a guy goes out and like starts like, looking for escorts and hookers and prostitutes by any other name. Or I didn't get to this point, but like, by that logic, does jerking off to porn constitute infidelity? Because there's probably a lot of trad cons that are going to watch this right now and go, yes, it does. Like, what's her name? Hillary Crowder will probably say oh yeah. If he's stroking off the porn, he's got a problem or whatever. What about OnlyFans? What if you have like a couple of girls that you like regularly toss tips to on OnlyFans? Is that considered an emotional affair? You didn't fuck her, but you're still, resources have been transferred. You're simping for sure, because it's an unequal exchange of value, obviously. But is it possible to simp for your wife too? If you're like, oh, well, I got to do all this stuff for her. It's like, honestly, I think most guys' marriages are basically friend-zoned marriages, or they're simping marriages. And most of again, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because like a lot of the guys that I'm interacting with in the Reignite program who are coming out of sexless marriages and want to reintegrate themselves back into the sexual marketplace, we have to warn them. We have to have some sort of like buffer against the idea that, well, their wives wouldn't want to touch their dicks. And now that they've improved themselves and they suddenly recognize their own value, they get out into the sexual marketplace, and then they're vulnerable, because some chick's going to come in there, and the first girl that comes and touches his dick or gives him a blowjob is now the one. Now she's, oh my God, clearly I was with the wrong girl. This one loves to suck my cock. Yeah, I'm sure she does right now, but she'll turn into your wife later because you have the tendencies to get into relationships with that type of woman. So there was a buffer or something that we were sort of learning, and sort of I'm writing into the book right now, which is the 6th book that I'm working on. Yes, Reignite will be the 6th book. I promised myself I wouldn't do another book in the series of the Rational Male, but I think that just to sort of emphasize this and sort of to be more useful, I think I'm going to break that rule and do a 6th book, and which is coming. Okay. Don't ask me when. So I go around the table at Access Vegas and I ask all the girls, and damn near everyone said opportunity, except for one. the Polish girl, the hot Polish girl that was on my left. She's like, well, it's because their wives aren't fucking them. Like, fuck, God bless you. Or one girl that's on here, right? Yeah, because you want to know why guys cheat? It's because sexual deficit. Why do they stroke off to porn? Sexual deficit. Why do they go to fucking OnlyFans girls? Because their wives aren't fucking them. That's why. Or their girlfriends. Or they're getting starfish sex or getting lackluster sex, right? The kind of sex that she had that was fucking hot, monkey, sweaty, balls deep sex that she was having was when she was in college, when she was going to spring break in Cancun and, the hot guy in the foam cannon party. And now she's over that. She's not crazy. She had to cash in somehow. She had to in some way get get some sort of emotional security, long-term security, whatever it is. I need somebody to go forward in life with. And you're the guy she settled with. Guess what? You're now going from being friend-zoned to being friend-zoned in marriage. You're simping outside of marriage, and now you're simping for your wife. In fact, they'll tell you that's good. Women, in fact, that's what this whole tweet is about. You think about it. Men don't owe women a better life. Just like you don't owe the OnlyFans girl your tips. But you're going to do it anyway. Right? Why do you feel compelled to do that? Right? Nobody would think that, but you are owed that. Your wife, your woman, whatever it is, she's owed a better life. Why? I mean, it's like saying, why is the sky blue? Right? Because people just think it's like self-evident. But the fact remains, like whenever, like I said, when I went around the table and I said, every woman wanted to say opportunity. And I said, there was only one woman who actually kind of got it right, which is like, if guys aren't getting fucked, then you're going to get fucked from somewhere else. It's like Ron White, comedian Ron White. He had this one comedy. I love Ron White, by the way. He's very much like Dean Martin. He's got his deliveries with the cigar and he's got a tumbler of brandy. He's like, I'm a good dog, but you got to pet me to keep me on the porch. Like, how is that? Like, we laugh at that because it's familiar. I'm a good dog, but you got to pet me to keep me on the porch, baby. Like, that's why, ladies, that's why your man cheated. That's why he cheats. Because he's either not getting something out of you that he can get from someone else, or maybe you were more, I'm just not as sexual. We have mismatched libidos. Get the fuck out of here. You don't want to fuck him. If you don't want to fuck him, somebody will. And if it's not somebody out with not an actual person, it's a virtual person. It's him jerking off to porn. It's him having an OnlyFans girlfriend experience. Trust me, a man will find a way to meet that deficit. You want to know why Scott Galloway, you want to know why guys aren't just like, taking you up on this responsibility shit? Because that's what they have to look forward to. Why would they do that? Because then you think about it, like I would almost think that like Scott Galloway would be glad that those guys are sort of like dropping out of society and not doing it. Because if they're inured and unmotivated because of pornography or because of a lack of some sort of ambition or something like that, why would you want them to like be with these high quality women who just can't find a guy? I was asked earlier, what do you think the dating market's going to look like? Well, I said Dick Dash because that's why. Women would rather, and again, I'm quoting Pook. This is old school red pill stuff, red pill 101 from the mid 2000s. Women would rather share a successful alpha than be saddled with a faithful beta, because that beta owes her a better life, or feels like he owes her a better life, or that beta thinks that he's got to have some value added. He's still in the friend zone. He got laid. He still gets laid enough to like reproduce, but he doesn't get laid enough to really make the payoff worth what he knows his wife got when she was fucking a hot guy in the foam cannon party in spring break when she was in college. Like, why does that guy get what that? You want to know why that? Remember why we were talking about that one guy who his wife or his girlfriend who wanted to marry him. They're both 28, right? The girl wanted to said something like, "Oh, you're not like any of the other guys not any like the guys I would have made it. I would have had as fuck friends, friends with benefits." Or fuck boys or whatever it is, implying she had those and he's not like that. The reason why that guy gets insulted is because it's an unequal exchange of value. She's saying you're a simp. you'll put up with the shit that these guys wouldn't put up with. And they made me so fucking hot that I didn't care whether they were a good match or I was going to bring them home to mom or we're going to have like a future together. That's why that's an insult, because enough guys understand that shit right now. So when I'm listening to this bullshit about like, oh, it's opportunity, it's not opportunity, but it sounds like the right thing to say because we presume that men owe women a better life. Well, simps and chumps and blue pill betas seem to think that they do. Guys like Justin Baldoni owe women a better life, but guys who don't owe women a better life have better relationships because they're like, you're getting this better life not because I feel like I owe it to you, but because you're just part of my family. You're just I don't owe you a goddamn thing. You get this because my decisions are good. As I said before, like enlightened self. I think I might actually have to write a Substack about this. Enlightened self-interest. I can't help others until I can help myself, or I can't help others as well as when I help myself first. It's the I help myself first part that gets lost in the sauce. They just can't wrap their heads around that. That's why when I put out a tweet that says, you don't owe women a better life, it's that's what I'm saying. That's like heresy. Because for men, especially in modern Western cultures, we teach our men, for our boys from a very early age, that they need to be serviceable, that they need to be good slaves, that they need to be stay on the plantation. They need to think about what mommy thinks first or what their girlfriend thinks about first. They've got to be support. And I said this, I was exactly the same way in the mid fucking 80s, right? Oh, you got to be sensitive to her needs. You got to be a good listener. No, her good listener is her girlfriend at fucking Starbucks, not me. I'm too busy fucking doing stuff and helping myself before I can be effective at helping others. So when people say, oh, you stay on your mission, blah, 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 but I don't care what your mission is, but I have to help myself and I have to trust that the decisions and I've got to own those decisions too, by the way. So it's accountability. But when we talk about the burden of performance, I have to meet that burden of performance so I can be respectable. It's for men, respect is hierarchical. What have you done that merits respect? Commonality, participation trophy respect, that's for women. That's for women and their egalitarian wokesy children. For men, we have to do. Women talk, men do. Like when we're talking, well, what's some masculine characteristics? What's some feminine characteristics? I'll tell you what's masculine characteristic, men do. Women talk. Another reason why I don't want to just sit here and just pontificate and do pod classes all day long or whatever else. I write books. I do something concrete. I go out and I reignite. I do this stuff. I really have to. I think before the end of this show, I'm gonna just do a little bit of a quick review of where I've been and where we're going, because especially now because I'm leaving Reno after the show. But I do shit. And I don't think people really appreciate that. People don't even understand that I actually do stuff. Oh, you're just a podcaster. No, fuck you. I have 5 fucking books, man. What do you got? How many books do you have on the shelf, brother? How much publishing? How many people have you? How many lives have you saved? How many people have you like actually personally affected as a result of your work? And that's not even that. How many podcast studios have you put together? How many organizations have you put together? How many communities are you a part of? How many did you start? 0? Come back to me when we have something that I should respect you for. You have no respectability. If you're not doing things, the sum of a man is his body of work. It's not like I was talking to the guys about this recently, Mike and some of the other dudes. And so you're only as good as your last win. You're only as good as your last one. I'm like, well, no, I don't necessarily believe that. Like host, I understand it in principle for sure, because most people don't they don't remember anything. Like I can say this right now. In fact, I did it in the show just already. I mentioned like Dr. Phil. That was a fucking accomplishment, man. I went in there and fucking kicked ass, no matter what the fat kid in Brazil has to say about it. Like I went in there. I had the balls to fucking do it in the first place because I knew if I hadn't, he would get somebody like Pearl and she'd go in there and fuck everything up. be another mess. She'd shit the bed and I'd have to clean up that bed too. So I went in there and I did it. I think I kicked ass. I did really good. And then we're talking about, this is back in 2022, November of 2022. But every time I bring it up, everybody goes, oh, well, you were always talking about that. I'm like, yeah, I have, because that was a fucking accomplishment. But you know what else I've done since then? Probably don't. What's my last win? When was the last book that I published? When was the last program I put together? When's the last show I put together? I'll tell you, well, we'll talk about that later. We'll get to that soon. But like, it's the idea of owing, well, really anyone a better life, but in this case, women a better life, I think is kind of something that needs to be explored, because every time I say something like that, well, yeah, that might be true, but women don't owe men a better life either. I didn't say that. And I think what's funny is anytime you imply something that is a negative towards women, that's when there has to be some sort of yin yang balance, right? Well, he said something. Well, men don't owe women a better life. Well, women don't owe you life at all. I'm not trying to insult you. I'm not trying to even be a dick about it. I'm just saying, here's a statement of fact. But I didn't tell you how to feel about it. How did she feel about it? Well, men don't deserve anything either. Fuck you. Why are you getting upset about this? This is just a statement, devoid of any emotional investment. But they think that it does because it hits women. Well, men don't owe women a better life. Well, why would that be controversial? Why would you need to like have some sort of backup or some balance to it? It's what's called the women are wonderful phenomenon, right? You can't possibly say anything about women without balancing it in some way by saying, well, men do it too. You can, however, say women don't owe men sex on a date. And the people, oh, yes, you're right. Oh, yeah, girl. You know, all the male feminists come out of the woodwork and everything. And nobody says, yeah, but men don't owe women a free lunch or a free dinner. Nobody says that. Or if they do, they get shouted down and they're called misogynists, right? Or they're misogyny. Yeah, that's what it comes out to. So guys learn to keep their mouths shut. So when we talk about women, then we have to find some, even in the most measured way, we still have to find some way to sort of like bring it back full circle to women, and rather than just focusing on one thing. That's why when I said, why do men cheat? Well, they cheat, but women cheat too. And women, like, I don't care. I don't fucking care. We're talking about men right now. And just because what we're saying about men includes, you got to have a woman involved in the mix to cheat in the first place. I don't care why women, if you can't possibly come to some sort of conclusion that is isolating men from women in that scenario. We can say, well, why do women cheat? Just like fucking David Buss, and just blow off men entirely because we think we know. That's the thing that pissed me off. You want to know why I went and wrote that Why Men Cheat? Was because I thought that when Dr. David Buss was talking about, why the whole thing when it comes to mate switching hypothesis, that was my sort of topic du jour for the last month, right? And I got to thinking about it, and then I'm like, okay, well, mate switching hypothesis depends on one thing. There has to be a mate. There has to be a parent because really mate switching hypothesis doesn't define or explain women's innate sexual strategies. It just defines has a hypothesis about some of the reasons, the possible reasons why women might actually cheat. It doesn't say well, why would women want to fuck a guy in the first place? They're not together, but she sees a hot guy in the club. Why would you want to fuck this guy and not fuck this guy? Why is this guy invisible and this guy's not? Why is this guy the 4.5% and this guy's in the 20% and this guy's in the invisible 80%? Why? Mate switching hypothesis does nothing to explain that. That's why I kept saying dual mating strategy is a much more complete, comprehensive hypothesis to explain that, because it explains the innate reasons why men and women get together in the first place. Alpha fucks, beta bucks, right? Short-term sexual benefits versus long-term security benefits. We've already established that, because if we hadn't, we wouldn't be talking about women want to cheat with a guy who's a better mateship. Poor mateship. That's what they called it. We want to get with the guy who's got better prospects than the guy that we got with. And so therefore, men, you better do your job. You better live up to our expectations, because if you don't, We're gonna go fuck this guy who's got more prestige and value than you do if the opportunity arises. In fact, women, cultivate this fucking bullpen of plan B guys, and we laugh about it and we go, yeah, that's the way it should be. And nobody goes, well, men should be able to have their own fucking bullpen or roster of girls that they have sort of in case of emergency. Nobody says anything about that. But if I do say men should be like dating non-exclusively, then I'm an asshole. Then it's misogyny, right? We know it was something like 50 of the latest polls, anyways, from the latest data that I have, 50% of women have some sort of plan B guy in case their relationship goes fucking sideways. God, can you imagine if we polled guys and they had something even remotely like that? Holy shit. But we just laugh. Well, that's just how women's prerogative. They're in a fucking marriage. They're in a committed, vows were exchanged. Legalities are there, but you're okay with her having like 50% of them having a plan B guy. Well, you never know. In case of emergency, break glass from it. But there's a dick behind the glass. I think that was that Chris Rock? Yeah. In case of emergency, break glass. Her platonic friend. And most of the time, the guy knows. Who was asking me? The first guy in the super chat was asking me about like what do I foresee for the next 5 to 10 years of sort of the sexual marketplace or dating and mating, whatever. So there you go. You got, and by the way, we make that socially acceptable in a gynocentric social order. If you want to see, and here's another example of like how we prioritize women's experience as the correct experience in society. There it is. Nobody's lambasting women for having, 50%, half of women having plan B guys. There's no uproar. There's no, you don't hear fucking Matt Walsh or Michael Knowles or any of these other tradcon fucks talking about that. They just move on to the next. If it had been me or anyone else saying, oh yeah, I've got like 6 or 7 girls. If I was real, literally had sister wives or something like that. I would never hear the end of that. I don't think people don't realize just how fucking bulletproof I have to be, because I see guys who are like my haters go down in fucking flames for shit that they're like complete hypocrites over, and nobody gives them shit. Nobody cares. If even something fractionally, untoward or inappropriate or, whatever were to happen to me, they was, oh, Rollo's, he's gone, man. He said, this is it for him. Yeah. And by the way, I wanted also, I'll get to super chats here in just a second. I want to point out that the reason why I titled today's show, Everyone Fights, No One Quits, is because apparently Donovan Sharp has quit. Nobody quits the red pill. Destiny, let me explain something to you. No one actually quits the red pill. They never will quit. Even the guys right now, and by the way, I'm looking at Mike Sartain here too, because he says this. I go, anybody who's saying I'm red pill adjacent, trust me, January 2025, you will no longer be adjacent. You'll be right back in it again. Everybody who's like, I think it was Myron Fresh. Well, we're not just going to stick to red pill stuff. We're going to do some political stuff and the culture war and this and blah, 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 blah. Everything that I said was going to happen last year, that would happen before the end of summer, that has happened now. Here's your next prediction. January 2025, everybody gets back in. Because politics and social issues and all the race issues and all the stuff that happens during an election cycle that plays really, really well in an election cycle, and all that goes away November 6th. They'll be scrambling, trying to figure out what they're going to do during the holidays. And then come 2025 or, January 2025, Trump will get inaugurated, and then people will go back to business. What are you going to talk about now? And probably complain about whatever Trump's doing, of course. But they'll all find their way back to the sphere. And you know what? I got a big book of fucking grudges, and your name is right in there. And don't think I won't fucking remember. Because I will. So all this bullshit about like, oh yeah, well, I'm red pill adjacent. You're not. Yeah, you're adjacent until you're not. Nobody quits. Everybody fights. No one quits. Donovan will be back just as quick as anybody else will. Rich Cooper, oh, the Mana Swamp this. Oh, and then you go and you do I pity those guys who have those shows with all those ratchet hoes on them. Then you go and do it yourself. Then you go on Fresh and Fit. No one leaves the Manosphere. Okay. I don't care who, like, I'll tell you the funniest thing is like when even Joker from Better Bachelor Joker is like, oh, I'm leaving the Manosphere. Well, I never said I wouldn't talk about red pill stuff. What does that fucking mean then? You know? Why don't you just say this? Instead of saying I'm leaving the Manosphere or I'm leaving the red pill, why don't you say I've got a real big problem with people who are black pill talking about or being identified as red pill. That might be a little bit more accurate. I am not ever leaving the red pill, period. I'm never going to, like, I'm synonymous. My name is synonymous with the fucking red pill. Synonymous. My book is the Bible of the fucking Manosphere. Rollo Tomassi will never pivot out of what I'm doing right now. Never. I'm here for the duration. No, everyone fights. No one quits. That's it. And so if Donovan thinks he's going to be better off doing something else, I'm great. But I guarantee you, you won't be able to resist, man. It's not even a character thing. It's just, you just won't be able to do it. You won't be able to go, well, I swore to everybody I would start talking about cars instead of the red pill. And then something will happen and it'll be like some celebrity will get divorced or the Tates will go to jail or something else will happen. You just, bullshit. You can't keep it inside. You'll want to talk about it, and you will talk about it, and there's nothing wrong about it. Just don't say you're leaving, because you're not going to leave. I'm not leaving. You're not leaving. No one's leaving. Is it possible to reverse the birth rate decline? Yeah, fuck more. Childless women can't find a marriageable man. It's never stopped them before. Women with one kid prioritize their career over family. They don't. Women don't prioritize their careers over family. You know what they prioritize? They prioritize finding the ideal man. That's why. Oh, well, you want to know why? I was just reading this. I've been writing about this since 2015, 2016. It was Lolo Jones actually most recently, but like, you know why women are freezing their eggs? I remember when it first became sort of in vogue for women to freeze their eggs. And I said, the reason they're freezing their eggs is not because they're focusing on their career. It's because they haven't found the guy yet. They haven't found the one. They haven't found the holy grail of the combination of the guy who they really want to have fucking hot monkey sex with, and that same guy who also is really good with the kids, likes puppy dogs, take them home to mom, wants a family, likes rainbows, goes to Disneyland, wants a fucking minivan. That's what they're looking for. I haven't met that guy yet, so I guess I better freeze my eggs. Or in the case of Lolo Jones, well, the Lord hasn't brought me my perfect husband onto my porch yet. And so therefore I'm going to have to go, I'm 40 and I'm just this side of menopause and I would like to have children. So I better freeze my eggs. So when the good Lord in heaven decides that I'm going to not be a virgin anymore, then I'll be ready. They're freezing their eggs because they're waiting for the perfect opportunity, not because of professions. Not because of, oh, well, I can't have kids now. I got to make partner in the law firm. Women don't think that way. Trust me. These red flaming tits getting way too hot. Thank you. Somebody got that joke. Would you like me to repeat that? Reno will never be the same. First we lose Bizarre Guitar. I know. Well, Bizarre Guitar's still there. They just went like mail order. Or I think the shop is still there, but you have to like buy from Reverb now, which is kind of still a shame because I used to love to just go just smell Bizarre Guitar. And now the Red Pill Oracle. How is Ned? Ned is fine. Ned's doing really good, as a matter of fact. I'll give you a Ned update. And then I'll explain Bizarre Guitar to you. Ned got x-rays. And so we are you got to remember that Ned was attacked on October 26th of last year. So we're coming up on the anniversary. It's almost been a year. We've been through hell. Seriously. Ned's been through hell. And I will tell you what, I've tried to do this without getting choked up. Ned has been an inspiration to me, if not my wife. Has been an inspiration to me because this is a dog, by the way. Ned is a dog. He's a greyhound, so maybe not a dog. Everything else is a dog. But through all this shit, like, you got to remember, he got attacked by a Rottweiler. If it had just been the attack, he'd have been fine. But he broke his leg in the fight, in the scrum. Right, his leg was literally loose. It was a compound fracture. Thought he was going to die just going from the neighborhood to the emergency center. Got it. I was in Vegas. I told my wife, I said, you do whatever. I don't care what it takes. You keep that dog alive. And because they were thinking about putting him down, I'm like, no, you do whatever you got to do to stabilize, get that thing set, whatever you got to do. I don't care if he's got to have a metal plate, whatever. And they did. So they set it. Then we got another. So that was the first surgery. Then he went in to have the plate put in. And the first plate he had for a while, we were doing okay with it. And then he bent it because he slipped. And again, you see his paw off to one way. I've got the x-rays if you'd like to see it. It's pretty gnarly. So he bent that. And I don't know how on earth I could go I'll show you the bend. I'll show you the actual metal piece. I still have it. I might actually have it melted down and turned into jewelry. But he survived that. And we took him to the emergency vet. We thought we were going to put him down then. And I'm like, no, I refuse. He's not going to have his ticket punched like that. If it had been osteosarcoma or something, I would have said, okay, I understand. He's got to go. But it wasn't. And I wasn't going to, for doing his job, which is exactly defending my wife and defending our other female greyhound. He took one for the team. I mean, literally put himself in harm's way to my wife broke her finger trying to separate those animals. And so then we had it put in again. I had a second plate put in. And then we had that come out and it weakened his bones. So when that plate came out, it refractured again. And this time we just put him in a hard cast and we said, okay, let's let the bone knit organically, natively, and then we'll go. Because we already had gone, greyhounds have such little skin there in the first place. So now he's gone through 2 plates. Did that, put the hard cast on. We moved to Vegas. Best thing we possibly could have done. And so we went to Vegas. And the reason I say that is because there's a veterinary clinic there called LVVSC, which is Las Vegas Veterinary Specialists Clinic or something like that. And they specifically have specialists like orthopedic specialists for animals. And it's like the best place we could have ever taken Ned. And so we go there. They keep him under observation. We had to leave him there for about a week, which was really freaking me out. And then he comes back and he's fine. And he's like his bones, like it's not solid yet because we got the x-ray back. It's not crazy solid yet, but he's been doing, if you've been following me on Instagram, he's doing hydrotherapy. He's in the water tank right now. He thinks it's swim lessons. He's loving it, man. The reason I say this, he's an inspiration is because throughout all that bullshit, I had to tell you the bullshit because throughout all that bullshit and all of this stuff, the dog has never had been depressed. He was never like in bad way. He was never like, he still pulls like a fucking mule. He wants to run. He wants to play. He's had such a fucking good attitude. Even when his arm's dangling off, once he comes out from under the anesthetic, right? I mean, he was just in such a good such a good mood. And the dog loves life. And I'm like, as long as that dog is like that, I don't care what it takes. And so, long story short, when people because I had people ask me, they say, right, Rollo, how can you put so much money into because it was expensive, right? I'm not gonna lie. Well, the reason is because we won our court case, which everybody said, don't do it. You'll never win. The insurance company will never pay you. Guess what? They did. And they paid us exactly what we had invested in the whole thing. So everything that we put into it, we got back just recently, like within last week. So, well, how come you would do that for a dog? I would do it for a human too. Of course I would. But Ned's part of my family. People say, was your wife your best friend? No, Ned is my best friend. My wife is my wife. My dog is my best friend. And I was not about to have him get his ticket punched like that. So people always say, well, why did you do that? Well, because we got the Rottweiler was deemed a dangerous animal. We won the suit. I'm the insurance. I'm like a homeowner's insurance claimant's like worst nightmare because most people can't afford to do that. They would just simply put the dog down because they can't afford surgeries. I could afford to eat the cost and I knew I was going to get it back. So I'm like, I told the people at all the specialist clinics, I said, you give him whatever you want. He needs medicine. He needs a new hard cast. He needs a bandage change. Let's go get it. We'll go do it. Cause I ain't paying for it. There's somebody else is going to pay for it. And they did. And people told me, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's a dog. It's not a human, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, this is a different situation. So I was glad I did. I'm happy to say that I did. And I fucking won. I win because I took those chances, man. I'll tell you, there's like, especially when he broke it the second time. And then like the third time when it was refractured again, I was 50-50 about putting him down. And I'm glad I didn't. I think that was the right choice. I still believe it's the right choice. We'll see. So far, it's been the right choice. Remember how I kept saying like when I talk about like instinct, emotion, and reason, like there's like people, you can make a rational decision, a reasonable decision, right? The reasonable decision would be like, well, maybe I should put him down. The emotional decision would have been like, oh man, I really love him so much. I don't want him to die, blah, blah, blah. It could have been like, I could have made an emotional decision. But there's one more. There's an instinctual decision going with your gut. And I'll tell you right now, because I have an emotional investment in my dog. I also reasonably rationally think, okay, well, it's a very expensive, surgery. These are very expensive. These conditions are like really strange. And I couldn't make a decision based on emotion or reason. I went with my gut. I made instinct and I just recognized that I did this not too long ago. When I made the decision to keep Ned going, it was based on instinct. I just looked at him and I go, no fucking way. And it was just gut reaction. It wasn't emotional. It wasn't reasonable. I'm just like, I just went with what my instincts were. And I think those instincts were right. So that's where we are with Ned. That's the long one. I'm giving this to you now because the story of Ned is probably now done. So, Dr. Buss says women prioritize money and commitment in long-term mates and have higher standards for short-term mates. Is validational intimacy a myth? No, it's not. Okay. That's because when you're talking to guys like Dr. David Buss, especially, I think I've beaten this horse for quite some time, but like Jordan Peterson has no business giving men any relationship advice, considering where he's been and what his own personal experience has been about with his wife and everything else. Never take advice from women when it comes to dating or relationships or sex or anything. Never. That should be obvious. But never take advice or never take with a very big pile of salt the advice given by guys who don't fuck. Dr. David Buss doesn't fuck. Jordan Peterson doesn't fuck. I'd already showed you the vid. Would you like me to show them again? I have them on tap. All these videos of his wife telling Michaela Peterson how they met and the giggling and all this other shit. And basically she was playing him. She was living with another dude, man. She did Tammy Peterson lived exactly the lifestyle that we criticize women for all the time, right? Well, she's with this other guy. She was a physical therapist. And then as soon as it was time to cash in the chips, where's that rich guy who's a doctor? He's a psychologist guy. And I think I remember him from my childhood, right? And he's writing love letters and he proposed to her like 3 times, right? She only said yes on the 3rd time. And then you go and you look at Peterson's his side of the story. He's like, oh, when I was 8 years old, I saw her and I told my dad, that's going to be the girl I marry. Oh, that's not, what fucking world is that, man? It's not this one. It's not one that's not anybody's like fucking experience that I want. I remember what was it like? You got to look at your heroes or your gurus and say, would I want to trade my life for that? God no. But what you're getting at here is the difference between transactional sex and validational sex. The reason why my biggest problem with mate switching theory, or really what I call masculinity apologists, and I would count, unfortunately, I would count Dr. David Buss as a masculinity apologist. Certainly Jordan Peterson, masculinity apologist. And by that, I mean like they're sorry for being male. Sorry, this is just how we are. We'll try to do better, ladies. Our dicks just get the best of us sometimes, right? But the reason why I say that is because it's almost like sneaky fucker game. It's like Dr. David Buss at somewhere along the line wanted to be a male feminist. and decided that that women didn't actually, I mean, maybe he still thinks, I don't know exactly, but somewhere along the line, they prioritize beta bucks over alpha fucks. And really, that's, again, go read the essay I wrote about mate switching hypothesis, because I actually go through Dr. David Buss's very first article that he wrote about mate switching hypothesis, and I go down article by article by article. And in that essay that I wrote, I'm essentially showing you in no uncertain terms how these guys, basically the reason why they're doing this is they're focusing primarily on the beta buck side of women's mating strategy, is because it's unflattering for women to be found out that they like to fuck Jason Momoa. You want to know why assortative mating is now the new fucking, like, the new orange or the new black for these guys, is because it takes focus away from hypergamy. It takes focus away from alpha fucks. You'll notice that, and maybe let's help you simplify this a little bit. Whenever I listen, and maybe Mac Murphy's not a good example of this, because Mac's going to be red pill before the end of the year, I guarantee you that. But if you look at like Alex from Date Psych, you look at Dr. David Buss, you look at some of these other, like, especially like sort of these armchair, statisticians and everything. I call them the Evo Psych gatekeepers, right? They want to be, but they're really not gatekeepers. They're just involved in masculine apologetics is what it is. And so everything is like, whenever I say, like, for instance, like when Alex just throws away some tweet about how, well, how do we keep women accountable? Well, how about we go and look at the very real fact that there's a separate standard of justice for men and women. We can hold them accountable like that. We can certainly institute something like that, or make some sort of like, societal change right there. But that would be a good place to start. Now, I know he's not actually asking for like, tangible, workable solutions, because he doesn't give two shits about that. He's just trying to draw attention to the fact that there is no real, like, the accountability is not really what we think accountability is. And I will say it's way more well thought out than you want to give certainly anyone in the red pill credit for. But that's just it. They have explicit bias. They're talking about, Rollo and those red pill guys, they have implicit bias. Yeah, I accommodate for that. I say, hey, look, my mission statement has been this. It's Gadsod's mission statement. I have an obligation to objective truth. Okay. Now, in that mission statement, I also include this. I said, I also understand that human beings cannot actually discover or cannot get to objective truth without overcoming or taking into consideration implicit bias. We all have implicit bias, myself included. I even said that in the essay that I was writing about this. Implicit bias. I know that. I understand that. I want to accommodate for that, but that also doesn't mean we shouldn't take a good stab at trying to be as objective as possible. So if our optimal performance is, let's keep this as our mission statement, and even though we understand that we can't be 100% perfect because of implicit bias, that doesn't mean we don't give it a try. That doesn't mean we just throw everything away. There's a difference, though, between implicit bias and explicit bias. And that's what these guys have. Their explicit bias is in some way to find some way to sort of cover up all the bad things and all the unflattering truths about female nature, and then put it back off on, and then reverse that and put it back on the red pill. That's what they're about. It's explicit bias. Nothing comes out of their mouths that it does not in some way try to challenge, like alpha widows or all these standards and stuff like that. Because first of all, they straw man those principles and those concepts in the first place, and then they go and try to grab whatever stats that they can to find a way to sort of like to say, well, you see, these guys are wrong, or they don't know any better because they're not scientists and they don't understand this shit, and they don't realize that a lot of the conversations, especially when it comes to like assortative mating, have been discussed as far back as 2005. So these guys are in fucking grammar school, and we're having this conversation about assortative mating. And I like 2000, like right after the game, right after Neil Strauss produces or publishes the game, they weren't there. They just don't have the depth of experience or the understanding of how long and how far we've been doing this. And in some ways, I can't blame them, because they've only been spoon-fed Andrew Tate and Pearl Davis for that long, and that's what they think. Or they think that the red pill is just about the red pill is only about Myron Gaines shouting down Ratchet Hose on Fresh and Fit, or it's Brian from whatever podcast and Andrew Wilson moralizing over the Bible thumping, doing the same thing with a Bible in their hand with these girls out in Santa Barbara, right? If that's all you knew about the red pill, then yeah, I guess I would probably be this. I would guess my explicit bias would be that too. They just don't know. But again, it's confident ignorance. They're confident in their ignorance about it. And again, how many different ways do I have to fucking point this out? But anyways. Are women disposable and expendable to society? Absolutely not. Men are disposable. Women are the protected sex. Women are the vulnerable sex. Men are the sacrificial sex. You know all this stuff. You're just tweeting it. Yeah, I'm happy to have your super chats, but you can save yourself some money. You already know this shit, right? Do men cheat due to the Coolidge effect? What is the Coolidge effect? Let's see. The Coolidge effect. The Coolidge effect is a biological phenomenon that describes when a male animal resumes sexual behavior after being presented with a new partner, even after becoming sexually satiated with a previous partner. It's named after a joke about visiting President Calvin Coolidge and his wife to a chicken farm where the president was told that the rooster mated with a different hen each time. That would be why I didn't know what that meant. That would be, so essentially what you're saying is it's variety. And I think that's another thing that Dr. David Buss really, again, is another way of sort of dismissing the male sexual response. Okay. Men cheat because they're not getting fucked. You want to know why? Was it 70% of evangelical Christian men report being addicted or having some sort of problem with digital pornography? It's because their wives aren't fucking them. When I listen to Candace Owens say, we need to ban pornography on every and it's not just her too. There's other people saying the same thing. I'm like, imagine that world. First of all, it's like saying we should ban all drugs. Right. And what is Chris Rock was saying is like, it doesn't matter. People like find ways, like people become scientists to find ways to get high. You could take away all the drugs in the world and people will find ways to like sort of like, distill a banana peel into some sort of like, hallucinogenic. They'll find ways because people want to get high and people want to get laid. So who gets to decide what's pornography? Who doesn't get to decide what's pornography? What's sexy? What's not sexy? Are we going to ban hormonal birth control? Or are we going to, which variety? Because there's got to be 21 different kinds of hormonal birth. Is it Norplant? Is it this pill or this pill? What is it? Tell me how we're going to do it. And the long and the short of it is that you're essentially saying that women wish that men didn't have the sexual response or the sexual experience that they do. And as I said before, and I think I've mentioned this on Access Vegas recently, until women are like steeped in 12 to 17 times the amount of serum testosterone that they normally have in their bodies, until they have that, they will never understand the male sexual response. Why is sex so important? If a woman ever tells you this, if you ever hear this come out of a woman's mouth, I don't understand why sex is so important to guys. Believe her and leave and get out. That she's telling you exactly what's on her mind. I don't understand why guys. She's not asking a question. She doesn't want you to answer that. She's telling you she doesn't want to fuck you. That's what it is. I don't understand why. Oh, you only want me for sex. Anytime you hear that come out of a woman, eject. Not automatic next. You just want me for sex. Yes, I do. I want you for other things as well. But if that's not part of the deal, sayonara. Because that's what defines the relationship between a man and a woman. That's what defines it. As I said, sex. And by the way, somebody who was it? I think it was Sadia Khan. Sadia Khan. I want my residual check because sex is the glue that holds a relationship together. At the very least, you're goddamn right. Say my name. Say my name. If you're gonna quote me, please, especially you. Red Pill is open source, but if you're gonna like directly lift my own quotes, then like at least a tribute, please. Well, I'm alive. When I die, you can say you came up with that. I go, I probably won't give two shits, right? So, anyways, yeah. Oh, getting back to that whole thing with the validational and the transactional sex. If all anyone knows is sex, if the only frame of reference somebody has for sex is transactional, and they've never experienced a woman who has like genuine desire, like fuck the shit out of me, genuine desire. What Eddie Murphy was it? Would you rather be with a chick that says, "Make love to me, Eddie," or "Fuck the shit out of me, Eddie"? Like that. You want the "fuck the shit out of me, Eddie" girl. That's what you. That's the difference. That's the difference. One is an obligation. One comes with attachments. One is based on an exchange. As I was saying before, the most amount of ass I ever got in my life was when I was at my poorest, man. It had nothing to do with but certainly didn't have anything to do with the money. Because I didn't have any, and I didn't have any affluence. I didn't have, other than being in a band, I guess maybe I had some status, but I had a look. And maybe I had some I definitely had pre-selection because women talk, men do. But yeah, so when we're talking about validational versus like transaction, I always think about, I remember this one gig I was at, and it was pretty good. It was a summer gig, and we were playing, I think it was kind of like a festival kind of thing that we're doing. And it was the first time like I was almost late for our stay for our call, because between getting up to the stage and like from where we were back, like sort of like doing our warm-ups and everything, like we had already just been hanging out for half the day, I got pulled into the female bathroom by two chicks. And that's when I found out the difference between validational sex and transactional sex. And that was, like I was saying before, I've used that one video of that one girl who's saying like, there's three different kinds of guys. There's the guys who are never going to get laid. There's the guys who are always going to get laid, the 4.5% guys. And then there's going to be the 20% guys. The guys in the 20% are the guys who only have a frame of reference, a transactional frame of reference when it comes to sex. Guys in the 4.5%. And by the way, you can be in the 4.5% and then slip into the 20%. Or you can be in the 20% and you can improve yourself up to a point where you maybe are like kissing the edge of being in that 4.5%. A lot of people say, well, you're stuck either way, one way or the other. No. Like, for instance, right now, I would not call myself being in the 4.5%. I mean, I'm in good shape for my age and everything like that, but I've been married for 28 years and I just live a different lifestyle, right? I mean, it'd be nice to be able to get my, my dick sucked now and then, but it's like that's not like a priority, and I'm not going to cheat on my wife, right? But back when I was 22 years old, I was most definitely in the 4.5%, at least for a brief moment, like for probably a few years, 3 or 4 years, because I had that look that women want. I was playing a character that women wanted to get with, and it had nothing to do with money or my home furnishings were not purchased at Bed Bath and Beyond. My spool was not a Bed Bath and Beyond purchase, trust me. But it was because that's how it was. Women didn't care whether I had money or not. They just knew I was a starving musician. But I can't say that there wasn't any prestige or there wasn't any kind of like social proof or pre-selection. There certainly was, but that pre-selection wasn't generated from money. And so when people start talking about transactional versus validational, that's one of the reasons why I look at this shit and I look at mate switching hypothesis and I realize that it is all based on one thing, which is the long-term security side of women's dualistic, pluralistic mating strategy. Alpha fucks, beta bucks. Alpha fucks is that guy that she just can't fucking wait to fuck. Most men will never, and I'm saying never, in their whole fucking lifetime, will never experience that kind of visceral lust desire to want, like, fuck the shit out of me, Eddie. They will never experience that. And because of that, their only frame of reference is, well, women just want a guy who's like a stand-up guy who's got a good job and he goes to church on Sundays and he's a leader of men and he's a servant leader in the church and they'll turn him into like, you know, the bastion of masculine hope, but it's all based on responsibility. It's all based on what they think. And again, it's duty and obligation. As I said, you don't owe women a better life. But if all you ever knew was a transactional frame of reference for sex, then it seems like that's the owing or delivering a woman a better life is the way to get your cock sucked. That's what it is. And so when I listen to, I see like Dr. David Buss writing books like, you know, Men Behaving Badly. And those men who behave badly, the Tinder swindlers, they get fucking laid. They are the guys who fuck. They didn't have to do anything. The fact they can just make, like the guy who developed that server program, the Parallel Live, and then the Riz, that guy, like this is a guy who doesn't fuck, but he figured out how to fuck. And the reason why women get pissed off at this guy is because he figured out the psychology. And you know what? That psychology, it confounds to the core. All this bullshit about money and affluence. And you can manufacture social proof pre-selection. You can manufacture at least the appearance of value. And you know why guys like Justin Waller and the rest of these guys get really pissed off at pickup artists? Because it works. It works. They didn't have to earn that. They're not really like that. Who fucking care? Don't care. Got laid. That's what it is. That's why Parallel whatever live exists. That's why the Riz exists. That's why Chat GPT works for Nuclear Caldillo. That's why it works for him. They're not mad at the guy for figuring that shit, having the innovation and having the creativity and the cleverness to figure that out. You know what they're mad at? They're mad that they had to do they're actually the legitimate real deal, and they had to put in get their pay their dues and get their chops done. And that guy didn't have to do shit. Imagine if I could find some way to convince every woman on planet Earth that I am and I look like and have all the resources and assets of a guy like Justin Waller. You'd be pretty pissed off. Be really pissed off because you didn't have to work for it. You didn't earn it. But it doesn't matter because women's nature doesn't care whether you earned it or not. Remember what Rich Cooper said. Women don't care about men's struggles. They wait at the finish line and they fuck the winners. And if it looks like that guy's a fucking winner, they're going to suck his dick as much as a loser who looks like a winner. And that's what you're really pissed off about. That's what the evolutionary psychology gatekeepers, the guys like fucking David Buss, the rest of these dudes, the reason why they got to come up with these hairball fucking hypothesis and only focus on the long-term security aspects of women's sexual instead of their like visceral sexual nature is because they have no frame of reference for alpha fucks. They've never been pulled into the women's bathroom and had two chicks suck their dick at the same time. They never had that happen to them. That's why they don't know this. That's why they don't write books about how to get your dick sucked by two chicks. They don't write those books. They write, oh, men behaving badly. And then, oh, well, women really need guys who are responsible and take ownership and they want to be good, upstanding members of society. But you know what? Those aren't the guys they're fucking in the foam cannon party in Cancun. Simple as that, man. And you know what? Those are the guys who believe that, the guys who follow along with that, and they don't recognize the alpha fuck side of it. You got to balance this out. You have to understand both sides of female nature, or female mating strategy, I should say. And when you don't, and when you ignore the alpha fuck side at the expense, or you only focus on the beta buck side at the expense of the alpha fuck side, you're at a disadvantage. You know why? Because you're going to be simping for your wife, and you're going to end up being in a fucking friend-zoned marriage. And you're going to think that's great. You're going to be convinced that you're a swell guy. You're not like other guys because you feed your kids and you keep the electricity on and you keep the heat on in the house and your fucking furnishings come from Bed Bath and Beyond. Meanwhile, she fucked this guy. And by the way, and if you don't keep that up, she's going to get with the next guy who can. The next guy with more prestige than you, the next guy with more, because when you just have a transactional frame of reference for sex, then yeah, you better stay on top of your game till the day you die, motherfucker. Because if you slip once, if you have a 1 oh shit erases 10 attaboys, You have one oh shit, you're gone, man, because there's 10 other attaboys that want to fuck her right there. Or she's got at least half of these girls, half of these women have a backup plan. And guess what? You one oh shit. No, got break glass. It's emergency. Let's go get Jim. He's gonna fuck me now. If you don't understand the alpha fuck side of hypergamy, you're fucking lost, man. And that's exactly what these guys are doing. They're pointing, oh yeah, you need to be a good, or then it's like about emotion. It's about love. You owe them you owe them a better life if you're in love with them. There's never been a more male way of thinking about that, because men's concept of love is idealistic. Women's concept of love is opportunistic. And I'm not saying that as like a dig on women or trying to like piss you off about that, but opportunism is that's really the only word that serves. If I could find something that had a little bit that less negative connotations, I might. But it's opportunism. Women don't marry a man. Don't want to marry a man. They want to marry a fucking lifestyle. And you know how I know that? Because all I got to do is go look at mate switching hypothesis, and it fucking backs that up every time. I don't think guys like David Buss and Alex from Date Psych and the rest of these guys who are like really invested in mate switching hypothesis really realize how much they're bolstering the black pill, or how much they're reinforcing this idea that women are just these women are gold. Every woman is a gold digger by order of degree. I don't believe that. I don't think they are. I think a lot of validational sex and validational intimacy can become transactional if you don't realize that good relationships are built on polarity and maintaining identity and being the guy who's like has mental point of origin and understands that helping himself is how he can help others best. I trust myself well enough, and I understand myself well enough, and I think I have the confidence to say I'm going to make decisions for me, and those decisions that I make for me are going to be what's best for my wife, my dogs, my daughter, my mother-in-law, my fucking Sambata, my whoever else is dependent on me in some way, shape, or form. If I'm making a decision to start a new podcast, or if I'm working with someone new, or if I go to Dr. Phil, or if I go and start a new podcast studio in Las Vegas, and I can see the future, and I can sort of like look and say that this is a good investment and this is not. If I think it's a good investment, guess what? And I nail it and I do good with it. Guess who else benefits? Because I thought of me first. Everybody else surrounded me. Everybody who else is associated with me. And you know what? If I say that outright, I'm an asshole. If I go and I say, and I'm A-okay with that, Aaron Clary, just fine with that. Any word from PP? I don't know. I have not heard from him in quite some time, but I do have his sound drop here. He wrote 5 months ago that he was going to start chemo. Oh shit. I didn't even know that. No, I haven't heard from him in quite some time. I hope he's okay. It's been a while, huh? Pajit World Order reigns supreme. It's the ultimate red pill matrix. Oh God, are we going to talk about? Should I talk about the guy that was on Access, the #1 pickup artist, the game or dating coach in India, who does a tag team show with his wife or girlfriend? Yeah, that's another thing I'd be very wary of. I mean, the guy was nice enough. Don't get me wrong, but. Women will have sex to secure beta bucks money. Once that money is secured, aka marriage, sex is no longer required for that security. Donnie, yeah. Rollo, Justin Chancellor, or Justin Chancellor, Dave Ellison. Dave Ellison. Dave has been part of that, and I understand the reason for him leaving, and I understand all the rumors that are circulating for Dave Ellison having to leave Megadeth, but like he was a founding member of Megadeth, so I'm going to go with Dave. Can you discuss how you came to your decision to take a risk, gave up a sure thing, career, relationship, etc., in order to pursue something or someone better that was less sure? Fuck, I'm doing it right now. I can tell you my thinking right now is this, and you had to ask this, didn't you? So I'm taking a risk right now. I took a risk. Okay, here's the first risk I took. In July of 2022, I had helped Valuetainment develop 2 shows, Jedediah Bila and Adam Sosnick's show, the way it is now. He had another show. He had a financial show. Adam Sosnick never did like the Saucecast, kind of like, he did this sort of semi-dating show that he does now. I started helping him develop that right after I met him, as a matter of fact. So like February or March of 2022, all the way up to about July. And so you're given about 6 months, maybe 5 months. Right? Jedediah Bila came on board. And as you guys know, the history of that whole thing where like I went on with Jed. I like Jed. I like Jed from the minute I met her. And I just gave her my side of the whole thing. She used to hate Andrew Tate. She used to hate me. She didn't even know who Myron and Fresh were, but she started throwing rocks at Myron and Fresh. And Jed right now is probably one of the best advocates for the red pill I think I have right now. And I talk to her. I still have her I text her. I consider Jed a family friend, but she's no longer associated with Valuetainment. And I would say that probably Adam Sosnick's show has really kind of migrated over to more social issues and is trying to sort of like distance itself from the red pill stuff because, as I said, most of these guys are going to end up pivoting to social issues and culture war stuff. I expect that if Adam continues to do this, he'll probably come back again in 2025, like pretty much everybody else will try to. In the meantime, you got people like, what's her name? His co-host, the girl that's on there. She's basically running the show and getting the guests and everything else. But in July of 2022, I was at least in some way partially responsible for helping these guys go from like 0 to 100,000 subs. And certainly, like when I met Adam, his show only had like 30,000 subs, and then by like June or July, he's at 100,000 because he starts doing red pill stuff on just on Thursdays, right? And then, and I'm trying to help. I got Tori, I got him Justin Waller. Of course, then they wanted to get in with the Tates, and then I got, I think who else I had on that show. Anyways, sort of like getting him into the sort of the mix there. And then I thought at one point I was going to be able to work some sort of contract deal. I was actually planning on moving to Florida. And I thought maybe I could work something out with Patrick Bet-David because the guy was like, he's got quite a bit of money. He was like building out Valuetainment at that time. And the problem with Pat is that he's penny wise and dollar foolish. And I mean that in terms of like his talent. So I think it was right around June of 2022. He had this video going around about all the things they were doing, and they were going to have this celebrity on and this new podcast. And we got all these people coming on board, and we're really going places, and nothing has materialized in 2 or 3 years now. And the only other show he has is Adam Sosnick's show, which of course they're trying to sort of pivot away from the red pill stuff. Anyways, Jedediah Bila left last year. And so I was there, but at that time, they're still on board, and I was helping them out and everything, and I was really kind of investing myself in this. And it turned out that Pat didn't want to play ball. There was no contract forthcoming. In fact, if anything, he wanted me to sign a contract to sort of like, let him own my content. And I'm like, fuck that. And I happened to be with like Miguel Munoz, my other partner, who we started Red One with, right? It's Miguel, Charlie, and myself. And so I'm in the car driving from Fort Lauderdale after this dinner meeting we had back to Miami. And I'm just like grinding my teeth and everything. I didn't know what I was going to do because I thought I was going to move there. And then Miguel goes, why don't let's just do our own thing in Vegas. And I was in Reno and he was in Vegas at the time. And I'm like, sounds like a fucking great idea. But that was a risk. Because I was putting all my eggs in the Valuetainment basket, not realizing that I'm a bigger deal in the Manosphere than Adam Sosnick or Patrick Bet-David. In my own niche, I'm a bigger deal than Patrick Bet-David is, right? But I mean, in his niche, he's like way bigger than me, right? But we're talking about two different worlds that we're trying to merge, and there's no way I'm going to fucking let him own my fucking content. I didn't come this far to start working for some, like punching a clock again for somebody else. Fuck that. So we took a risk, me and Miguel, and we started going down to Vegas, I started making trips. That's when I met Mike. It started to pay off, right? I started talking to Mike. We started, hey, you want to do a show? Yes, let's call it Access Vegas. Start doing it. Where can we do it? We started looking for a place. We couldn't find a place to actually start our own studio. So we went to Sticky Paws. Sticky Paws was a good stepping stone to sort of get us going. And I still like Sticky Paws quite a bit. They're just kind of went tits up recently. But so we start doing the show, we start building a reputation, and things the ball starts rolling. But the risk I took was like getting like not dealing with Florida and Patrick Bet David, thinking that was the promised land when it was right in my backyard. And so now, and this will help things out a little bit. One of the reasons I'm moving down there permanently, and this is my next risk, is I have a very comfortable life here in Reno. I could have just stayed here and I could have still done Access Vegas, but I would not have been able to start Red One. I would not have been able to do like half of the network stuff that I do. I would not been able to do Reignite, and I would not be like the things that I'm doing with MOA, partnered with MOA. The people that I've met here, the other opportunities going to these other shows, going to Babes in Toyland, going to these other events that Mike goes to. I'm right here in the backyard to do it. And it just made sense for me to move, but I could just stay here in my comfort zone. I could just stay in this studio. I keep telling you, man, it's like, this is home. I love this place. I hated to sell this place. I don't want to sell this place. I would say if I could keep this place and have a place down there, I would do it too, but it's just impractical. So, so my next risk, I'm in it right now. I'm making a bet that Las Vegas is going to be a better place to be, until such time as it starts to pay off, and a lot of the stuff I'm doing right now is not seeing any immediate profit either. So for instance, like Access Vegas, I would take an endorsement from anybody right now. If I had a TRT clinic that wanted to have like sort of like paid content or paid endorsement or something like that. By the way, if you happen to be one, I'd be happy to take you. I don't do that with this show. I've had a lot of people ask me like, hey, how come you don't do Lightning VPN? I could make a lot of money off of it too. I've never been able, other than Devil Mountain Coffee, which by the way, they're restocking right now. They had some supply issues. So if you're wondering what happened to Devil Mountain, they're still around, but they're distributed. They lost their distributor. But other than Devil Mountain, which just sends me free coffee, I've never really leveraged any other part of this show, which is almost at 250,000 subs. No thanks to diverting hate. But I would not feel one bit of guilt by taking anything for Access Vegas. But again, Access Vegas got demonetized, and so did Mike. But we don't care, because that's just making money off of super chats or ad revenue from, not that we were making that much, but that was just Taco Bell money. It's not like we're like counting on that money to pay the bills. We use it for outreach. Mike does it for MOA. Mike, I remember when Mike told me, he called me up, he says, hey man, I just got demonetized and I don't know why. I'm like, oh shit. He's like, it's no big deal. Like, what do you mean? And he's like, yeah, he said, we made some money off of it, but it's like, it's more valuable as an outreach. Like being on YouTube is more valuable as an outreach for MOA than it is to make any kind of ad revenue off of it. So it's still worth doing. Even though we're demonetized, it's still worth it. And in fact, if this channel got demonetized, I'd probably have the same attitude. I'd still do what I do. I might migrate over to Rumble now and then, but Rumble's not the promised land anymore either. I think the days of Rumble, like giving out, like just handing out fucking contracts like fucking M&Ms is gone. The money's drying up more or less. So, but I don't know, as far as taking risks are concerned, I'm taking a big risk right now. That's all I do is take risks. I take calculated risks. There's no such, really anything I've ever decided to do has been kind of a calculated risk. So even writing my first book was a calculated risk. I don't know if it's going to pay off. I don't know. I'm just going to do it because I wanted to do it. I have a passion to do it. And like where'd it go? I have a thing. I got this really great quote out of Robert Greene's book, Mastery. And I won't post it up. I'll just read it to you real quick here. It's this. It says, if you are doing something primarily for money and without a real emotional commitment, it will translate into something that lacks a soul and that has no connection to you. You may not see this, but you can be sure that the public will feel it and that they will receive your work in the same lackluster spirit it was created in. I read that and I took that to the bank, man. This is just recently. I've read that book before. I just forgot about that quote. I'm glad it came back to me. But that's the thing is like when I do stuff for Reignite now, or if I'm doing something that like it seems like, oh, he's partnering with MOA. Of course he's going to promote their shit. Yeah, of course I am. But you know what? I'm passionate about what I'm doing. I'm passionate about like writing the next book. When I wrote the first book, I wasn't making any money. I just did it because I was passionate about it, because it was what I wanted to do. I wrote the book I wanted to read. And that was a big fucking risk because I'm just throwing shit out there. I'm taking time away from my family. I'm taking time away from work. I'm taking time. Like there's a substantial amount of sacrifice just to even like do the re-edits for the first book to get the hardback out, which by the way will be in October. But yeah, I'm like, that was a big risk. Even doing more books after that was a big risk. I'll tell you what the really big risk was when I decided to do this full time. And sometimes you get pushed into like decisions by necessity. Like I was working for my liquor industry. I was working for wine and spirits. I was working for the import exporter, and I was kind of on the fence because I had gone from the workaday world 9 to 5 to the gig economy because I made more money in the gig economy. The benefits sucked, but it didn't matter because my wife worked as a medical professional, let's just say. So I didn't have to worry too much about like medical benefits, and get your own kind of investments for like, that's when I started to learn how to actually start to be an investor, because I was not I don't have a 401k anymore because I'm self-employed, but making that shift, whoo, that was a real eye opener. That was a risk. Even going like half and half, even like after the third book in 2017, when I started, well, here's another big risk, putting my face out there. I was like anonymous. Like my voice was, I did some audio interviews before that, but I never put my face out there before I did the 21 convention, which I'm still kind of, yeah, I wish that hadn't been my debut, but it is what it is. I'm proud of what I did. I'm not proud of who I did it for, but that was a risk. It paid off. Sometimes you take risks and you just like, it's a leap of faith, and sometimes it's a calculated risk. So I'm taking a calculated risk with Las Vegas right now. This is for the Emperor of Dog Kind.
Flawless victory.
Thank you. I got all of my old sound drops on. This is my main computer right here. It's nice to be on this too. I forgot to tell you guys this. Isn't the lighting in here absolutely like tits and ass perfect? You want to know why? Because StreamYard finally heard my prayers from heaven above, and they gave me dark mode in StreamYard. I've been waiting for dark mode in StreamYard since 2018. And every time they had a town hall, every time they had like users like, hey, give us some advice on what you want to see next, features, this and this, dark mode. Like, how many times do I got to say dark mode? It's 2024. I was saying this since 2018. Now, why? Because if I have it in light mode, like I have everything set perfectly in here. I got the backlighting, I got the guitars lit, I got the softbox here, I got the key light right there, I got the background atmosphere lights going on. Absolutely perfect. Looks fantastic in the camera. Awesome. As soon as you turn on the monitor and it's like that stark white from the white background because there's no dark mode, just completely blows you out, and all of your white balance goes to hell, all your ISO goes to hell. Everything you did to get that nice, like crispy, like HD look goes right out the fucking window. Thank you, StreamYard, for listening. Finally. Oh my God. Rollo, my Haktua girl didn't walk out even after I told her I don't owe her a better life. Of course not. If she loves you, she'll take out a bank loan for you. Ray Bradbury or Frank Herbert? Martian Chronicles was a very good series, a very good book. Frank Herbert, I gotta go with Frank. Although Ray Bradbury had a lot to do with Star Trek, right? I mean, it was his baby. Frank Herbert. I'm going to say Frank Herbert because Frank Herbert inspired way more than Ray Bradbury. I'll put it this way: people ripped off Frank Herbert more than they ripped off Ray Bradbury. Warhammer 40,000 ruthlessly lifted everything: las cannons, las guns, all that's in Dune. The Emperor, the Padishah Emperor, the Marines, the Space Marines are essentially the Sardaukar. Forget how to pronounce that. They're the Emperor's Marines, right? Navigators. Yeah, 40K. If it wasn't for Frank Herbert, there would be no 40K. And by the way, so Frank Herbert is like Dune. Dune is like basically Muslims, Islam in space, whereas like 40K is like militant Catholics in space. They rip off everything, right? And by the way, the other thing is, if you look at like Star Wars, if you like Tatooine, right, the desert planet where they have to have moisture evaporators and everything, all that ripped off directly from Frank Herbert. So I would say, and not to take anything away from Ray Bradbury, but yeah. Where the red pill would have happened one way or another anyways. Yeah, it would, because as I said before, you can take me away, you can take away Roosh, you can take away Royce, you could take away Ryan Stone, Dalrock, you take away everybody, and people, like, guys are still getting it. They're waking up. It's unavoidable. It's unignorable right now. The red pill is an idea whose time has come. Is validational intimacy just a form of genetic transactional intimacy? You can, in Aaron Clary's world, it is. Do women put out for Chad to get good genes and sexy sons in return? Well, if you want to call it an exchange of value, then yeah. But the way I see it, as far as like validation is concerned, like Chad, to get the good genes, Chad doesn't necessarily have to have a Lamborghini and a house in the fucking Hamptons. Okay. He doesn't have to have those things for her to get those. He only has to have one thing: be fucking hot, be attractive. Don't be unattractive. That's all Chad has to do. Okay. And again, I hate even using that term, but does she get sexy sons in return? Yeah. I mean, you could look at, like, here's the thing is, like, I've had this conversation before. Like, people, Rollo, these guys don't think this stuff out. Well, we do if you just fucking listen for half a second. But I've had conversations with Aaron Clary, who is an actuary, and you know how Aaron is, and you know how I am, and that's why we get along so well. Like, Aaron is like one of my best friends. So, but we've had these conversations because I've said before, like, there's a difference between validational sex and transactional sex. And Aaron would probably argue with me on that, because he would say, well, everything becomes transactional anyways. And he wouldn't be wrong. I mean, you can also look at Briffault's law. Briffault's law is essentially as if there's no benefit for the woman to be involved in the relationship, no relationship occurs. Right? Remember that Briffault was talking about the animal kingdom and not necessarily about human interactions at that time, although we apply it to that. So, and it does kind of cross over. So the idea is that every woman on planet Earth is a gold digger by order of degree. And you could still make that, that comparison. But the thing is like, prior to the pairing, prior to there being any sort of like socially, like, remember we call it socially enforced monogamy. Well, there's the socially part of it is included in that. And anytime you put that word in there, it's going to be transactional. The other part of this, and I keep hearing Orion Taraban talk about this, and I like Orion, and I would love to talk to him again. I think he rips off my stuff quite a bit, but not in a bad way. I think it's just like whenever I listen to Orion Taraban, Dr. Orion Taraban, like he was in Red One. I couldn't be there. It was my anniversary weekend. I really regret. I wish I could have been there, but I'm not going to give up my anniversary for that. We'll get him in again. I would love to get Dr. Taraban in again. It's not that I get like, I don't care. Like, I don't care if he's lifting my material. It's just like, I want him to, like, it's only half of it. Like, there's more to it. Like, let's add some more to this. And you have such a fucking great video, or you probably get more engagement if we like flesh this out all the way. And so when he, like, He's got a part in his book where he talks about how like women run a mutiny on the marriage or something like that. It's like directly out of my essay, Mutiny. It's literally titled Mutiny. And it's exactly the same principle and the same concept. It's not something he came up with. I mean, I was talking about this back in like 2013, 2014, right? Again, Red Pill is open source. That's fine. My problem was like, dude, just like do the whole thing. Just like do the whole fucking thing. If you're gonna rip me off, at least rip the whole thing off instead of just half of it off. And I'm okay with that, right? But the thing with Orion, though, he was what was he talking about? He was talking about how the transaction needs to be invisible, right? And then he uses the idea of like, we don't talk about our salaries, right? Or we don't, like, that's the nature of our working arrangement with our employers, right? I work for you and you give me money, and then that's sort of the invisible nature of the transaction that we have. He wants to think that like, and to a degree, I kind of agree with them, is that like the transactional nature of sex and intimacy between a man and a woman is there, but it's not something we like. You want it to be invisible. It's kind of like what he made the comparison of like when you are at a restaurant and they bring you the check and it's always in like it's always in the folder, the folded up leather bound thing that looks like a wallet, right? So that you can look and you say, okay, I got this. So that's now it's invisible. Here's my credit card. That's the ideal nature. And now, because we have open hypergamy, the check thing is always open. It's like, we're always fucking you guys. Like guys realize that they're getting fucked, or they realize that there's an exchange or that it is transactional, but they don't want to, like, they want to keep their heads in the sand. And I think that the only reason why that would make sense to Dr. Taraban is because his only frame of reference when it comes to sex is the transaction, not validation. I like you, Orion. This is not a flame, but you don't strike me as the kind of guy who gets pulled into the women's bathroom at a concert and have his dick sucked by two chicks. And again, I don't say that I say that out of love. Okay. Like guys who fuck know, right? They understand the nature of validational sex versus transactional sex. It's not like when somebody like Rich Cooper says, don't chase women, chase excellence, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Well, that works if you're a guy who already fucks. So guys who don't, like the guys who fuck the most are the guys who don't have to chase. It's not transactional. They're in it because they have the sport fucking gene or something, They don't think twice about it. That's why they make some of the worst like advice givers. Like, a guy who's like sort of a natural alpha, but I just smile and they want to fuck me, right? That's not the guy who's going to analyze female behavior and understand female nature, because he's never, like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right? Or, you don't have to, why question it? So their advice is just going to be like, just look good and just smile at them and just be normal. Like that's their advice, right? Because they don't know any different, because their entire frame of reference is validational. They've never had to pay for sex. They've never had to chase a girl. They've never had to like put out the effort, because girls will fuck them no matter what, because they're guys, they're fuck boys, right? They're guys that women want to have said, that 4.5%. That's why I kind of have to, like, whenever I talk to Justin Waller, who I consider one of my closest personal friends, like Justin was like, he hates on pickup artists, right? It's like, oh, these guys, they're not for real. Sooner or later, a woman's going to find you out and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, yeah, but I mean, this is the same guy who like has, side pieces all over the fucking world, and he's not marrying them. And it doesn't matter whether he's for real or not. They just want to have a good, fun, validational sexual experience with him. Most of them aren't trying to lock him down, or they understand like who he is, and they understand he has a baby mama, and they understand he's like very devoted to her, who's basically his wife, who I consider a really close personal friend too. But that's the nature of their relationship. And Justin is going to be a guy who's going to get laid in spite of himself. Dr. Taraban's not that guy. Hell, I'm not even that guy. Maybe Mike is that guy, but Mike doesn't have to chase. I'm trying to think of guys who don't have to chase, right? Justin Waller doesn't have to. Scott Eichler. You guys don't even know what I'm talking about. Scotty he's this guy that part of MOA, and he's been hanging out with us quite a bit at Babes in Toyland. He's a good dude, but another guy who just basically gets laid in spite of it. It doesn't matter. Like, he's got money, but if he didn't, he'd still get laid. But that's validational sex, because he's the guy that women want to have sex with, whether he's got money or not. He's getting it no matter what. And he's in that 4.5%. Those guys, once you've been in the 4.5%, and even if you slip back out of it, you still understand the nature of validational versus transactional sex. So that's the only point I was making, is like, for Dr. David Buss and the rest of these guys who, you know, like I said, the evil psychic gatekeepers who want to talk about just one aspect of the equation of alpha fucks to beta bucks. To these guys, there's no alpha fucks. And if there is, then those women are like, they're unsavory. They're unwholesome. They're damaged. They're, where'd it go?
Emotional damage.
Yeah, I hate that term, because that's always their cop out. Well, yeah, of course there's women like that. The crazy sluts who have daddy issues and everything. They're not normal women. No, they're like the chicks that went after the Tinder swindler, normal as anybody else. The chicks that are fucking, hybristophilia, they're normal as anybody else. You see those chicks who are, let's see, the women who are the teachers who are banging their 15-year-old students, you would not say that they're damaged when you meet them. As soon as they go and like start fucking around with like 15-year-old boys, then because that's the only way you can explain that away. Well, the way I see that is that they just wanted to fuck a guy who was 15 years old or 16, 18, doesn't matter, because that's a body type that they wanted to fuck. They were, most of the women that I remember because I don't know if you guys remember, but I did the full outline of why women in teaching positions, why this is endemic in our certainly our public, if not, and our private education systems, because there are more women in the education, more female teachers than there are men. So statistically, a law of averages, statistically speaking, that's why there's so many of them. But why? Why is this so endemic? What is it? Are they all damaged? Do they all have, like, because there's a lot of them. Like, if it was just a few isolated handful of girls, okay, maybe they have some sort of commonality. Maybe they got some, maybe they're in they're cluster B or something like that. But they're not. They're not. This is what they wanted to do, because there's an alpha fucks component to their dualistic, pluralistic mating strategy that we just completely sweep under this fucking carpet in favor of, well, women only cheat because they want to get with higher value, higher status men. Clearly not, because we wouldn't have this endemic of teacher student, statutory grape cases if that weren't the case. If that were the case, they can't all be damaged. They're not all fucked up in the head, but that's exactly the cop out that they'll say. And then the same thing with like transactional versus validational sex. It's like, well, isn't validational sex transactional sex by nature? Well, I mean, you could make it. You could certainly sort of like parse that out. My main conversation with Aaron Clary is that validational sex ends up becoming transactional sex, which is not incorrect, but it starts as validation. Let's see. Rollo, you saved my life. Well, you know what? Here, you get a hallelujah. I wonder how many guys find you before a disaster girl. That's my the next band I'm in. We're calling it Disaster Girl. Your work is changing men's lives. Thank you. I try. Thank you for saying those nice things. And that's funny is like, I get so much fucking hate. Like, I'm going to have so much hate in the comments here, and we're going to get so much hate. I get so much hate on Twitter. Occasionally get the, hey, take your beanie off on Instagram, right? I wouldn't listen to anything he has to say. Well, why? He sounds pretty logical to me. He just has a beanie. Just fucking kill me. Well, we can't say anything about what he's talking about, so why does he wear that shirt? Because he got that old Black Sabbath shirt on. Other than your books, what are 5 you recommend? Well, okay. 48 Laws of Power is always on that list. 48 Laws of Power, Mastery by Robert Greene. I can't just give you, I could give you his whole library. Hormonal by Marty Hazelton. Let's see. I'm trying to think like what if you're reading my books, and I'm just trying to think of what's like relevant to you. Like my favorite 5 books are not even gonna though they won't even be on that list. What I think people need to read, certainly 48 Laws of Power, Mastery. Alpha God by Hector Garcia. Alpha God is so good. He's another masculine apologist, but he's a consummate statistician, and his thinking, his logic is great. Why Men Are the Way They Are by Dr. Warren Farrell. One of his earliest books. I'm not really a big fan of his stuff now, but like that was a really good book. Why Men Are the Way They Are. Promiscuity by Dr. Tim Burkhead. He's an evolutionary biologist. And every time I go, like I've been reading back through Promiscuity recently because of mate switching and assortative mating. And I will tell you right now that every time I read evolutionary biologists, especially the ones that focus on like reproduction, it's going to be evolutionary biology that proves dual mating strategy, not evolutionary psychology. Because evolutionary psychology can only be guesswork with respect to what the actual dynamics are. For evolutionary biology, that's hard data. It's a difference between qualitative data and quantitative data. And like when I see studies on how human eggs, like human ovum, like your ovum versus the sperm, how a ovum can select between differing men's sperm, there's only one way an adaptation like that happens, because there's enough of 2 men or more men's sperm at the site of conception. And so what they used to think, like, and you probably read Sperm Wars, they used to think that there's different kinds of sperm, right? There's the fighters and there's the runners and everything. It turns out that that's completely bullshit. What it is it's the ovum that is sending out proteins that will slow certain a select man's sperm versus another one that won't slow it. So it seems like that one's going faster and the other one's like getting slowed down. It's because the egg is actually doing a sort of chemical selection process. It's not like it's a cognitive thing, but it's just like a biochemical way of allowing one sperm in and preventing another. And by the way, differentiating between different men's sperm at the site of conception, meaning that there had to be 2 men dropping it in there. Double team, running the train, baby. Or some evolutionary equivalent of that. So those adaptations only happen for certain reasons. And then there's evolutionary biology shows that when women go into different phases of their ovulatory cycle, that their brain chemistry switches or shifts. Even the architecture shifts. I'm just reading these articles, right? Fascinating shit too. And again, evolutionary biology, not psychology. So why would a woman's brain chemistry and why would her brain shift during different parts of her menstrual cycle? Like what would be the evolutionary fun? Why would that adaptation be necessary? Men's don't. They're just fucking horny all the time. Maybe we are dogs. Why? Well, there's got to be some reason for it. Now, I'm going to tell you what I think, and the gatekeepers will tell you what they think, but it doesn't negate the fact that biologically, biochemically, empirically, statistically, quantitatively, this is what fucking happens. I just work here, man. I'm not a neurologist. I just play one on the weekends. And then other books. Let's see. Those ones are good. I should just go scan all the books in my library that I'm looking at right now. Beyond all of my 40K books that are sitting in there. Well, Dune is great. The best 40K book you can read as a standalone is 1,000 Suns. That's one of my favorite books of all time. Most guys don't realize if she's bitchy to begin with, no amount of better life is going to make her a decent being. It has to be there from the start. Yeah. Well, I think one of the things like when guys are like talking about like making, well, you know, I'm going to give you a better life. I'm going to buy you a new life. Remember that fucking song? Owing, debt. The idea, that's what the whole tweet was about the idea that men owe just by default, just because you got a dick. You owe women a better life. And it's on you, and that's your masculine duty. And if you're not providing that, then you're a failure as a man. Fuck that. Yeah, let's keep going. Young man, listen to Rollo about this stuff. It'll save you hundreds of thousands of dollars and decades of your life. He's the dad we never had. Oh man, you're so nice to me. Wait, where did it go? Here, you can have this. Don DeMarco. That gets a Don DeMarco. How long will the Tates go away if they're convicted? A very fucking long time. We're talking probably the better part of their lives if they do, because remember, they're not just facing charges in Romania, they're facing charges in the UK and the United States as well. So once the Romania is done with them, then the UK get them. And then after that, we'll see. It's not looking, I don't know if you guys are keeping up on this, but it's not looking good for the Tates these days. Again, I keep telling you guys, I'm Tate agnostic, but I'm starting to lean against. So Patrick Bet David and Adam Sosnick's shows didn't take off that well. Kind of lost sus and lost the charm. Yeah. The problem with PBD is he's, like I said, he's penny wise and dollar foolish. So he puts all this money, I mean millions, into the studio that he has, and it's a great studio. Valuetainment is a great studio. He has no talent. There's no one there. Only Adam Sosnick is there. No one else. They don't do jack shit. I mean, he'll run the vault there, right? He'll do some special events and stuff there, but and I think he's had he's had some politicians and stuff on, but it's only because he can't put them in the main his main studio, which is called the Vault, by the way. But the other Valuetainment show where I've been on there, Mike's been on there, Sterling Cooper, that the big studio right there. What other shows do they have? What else is there? Like Valuetainment, what is your core talent base? Like who are your shows? That's what I think that if you're going to put, this has been my philosophy, like for Red One, I'm going in there. My show is going into Red One. Okay. That adds value to the studio right there. We shoot Access Vegas there. That adds value to the shoot. That's another show. That's another core show, right? It's talent. It's content creations. It's focusing on talent. And then there's let's see, there's Charlie from Cultivate Crypto, and then there is Miguel from Dollar Cost Crypto, and then they're both partners, right? So they do their own thing. That's in there. That adds value. That's another talent core. It's another talent base. And then what else? Then Mike goes in there. He does his stuff. Tristan from MOA goes and does his stuff in there too. We do separate interviews and everything else. We have Red One has only been around for 2 months now. We have more shows there than Valuetainment has had in the last 2.5 years. So I will return to that idea here in just a moment. Here you go. I know many women who are in relationships during their party years, especially around 23. I would say those relationships are based on enjoying the attentions from the male side, not burning desire. Any thoughts? I think a lot of times when women entertain long-term relationships while they're in the midst of their party years or their hoe phase, if you prefer, is because they're trying to hang on to a guy who they're hoping will still stick around. Like that's the wait for me guy. So rather than wait for me, they're trying to entertain this guy and hold on to that guy because they want to. It's almost like their sure thing. It's like a safety blanket. It's like having a good stuffed animal, and maybe they're fucking that guy too, but they're still one of the side pieces, right? They still want to be able to. It's like guys, by the way. It's like guys who have a main girl and then they have side pieces. I've always asked guys, like, wouldn't it be more? I've even put this to Justin. I said, wouldn't it be more like practical? I'm not even saying emotionally, investments. I'm saying, wouldn't it be more practical for you to just play the field, just have a bunch of non-exclusive chicks that you're fucking? Why do you need a main at all? I've even told Mike this. So why would you need a main girl? And the reason is because, well, they want that They want the connection, right? It's like the OnlyFans effect, right? They want that a connection. They want that. There's a kind of a hope and a prayer that there's going to be things will get normalized, but they're living in we live in a time where the existence of closed on her end and open on your end exists for very high value guys. And so there's still this want. I think this is me. I'm spitballing here. This is my theory. I'm not saying anybody else has come to this conclusion. I'm going to say this is I think that there is this sort of innate need and this innate want for this comfort in this home, right? I want a baby mama. I want this girl to always be there for me. But if I happen to be on the road and this chick wants to suck my dick, I'm high enough value that as Pook said back in the day, women would rather share a high value alpha than to be saddled with a faithful beta. And women have argued with me forever on that one. Oh no, I love they want a beta with a side of alpha, which doesn't exist because it's not realistic. It sounds like I'm going to be an alpha now. That's Justin Baldoni shit is what that is. And by the way, this whole thing with
protection, strength, confidence. Now, if I were Elon Musk and I wanted to build an army of robots.
But we're not building an army of robots. We're talking about human men who've been dealing with this bullshit emotionalism that you have invested your entire fucked up life in forever. We've been dealing with this. We've done this experiment. The experiment's still ongoing, of course. But I think a lot of people think it was failed, or if we just figure out something new and emotionally satisfying, then it's going to work for us. But we've been trying to do this and balance this equation since the sexual revolution, when we started telling guys that they needed to get in touch with their emotions and we needed them to get in touch with their feminine side, which is about what he's going to talk about.
You would imbue these robots with all of the qualities that you just mentioned. You don't want it to ask itself how it's feeling. You don't want it to be sensitive or weak, right? You want it to have a sense of direction, a clear purpose, to be strong, to be brave, to take physical risks. Now, let's list off 3 to 5 feminine qualities. Compassion, ability to listen, nurturing, movement, passion.
Okay. What the fuck is movement? And how the other thing is, like, can compassion be a masculine trait? See, that's the thing. Where these guys like kind of get lost is because they'll say the same thing. If I say, name some masculine traits, right? Strength, resilience, perseverance, confidence, I've said those things because people have asked me this before. They say, what are some conventionally masculine traits? I'll say that. And then they'll go, well, don't you think women can be strong? Don't you think women can be confident? Don't you think women can be, I don't know, persuade or persistent or whatever else? So why are those qualities unique to men? And the answer is because that's pretty much how men are. Now, does that mean that there's not the occasional woman who is like very, confident in herself and whatever and contextualizing it? Sure. But the thing is this is the subjective nature of this, but now this is in reverse. Okay. So now we're going to take the feminine qualities and we're going to say that those are actually masculine qualities. This is like the vulnerability thing. Men can be vulnerable too. No, they can't.
If we then wanted to imbue life into the robot, right, would give it all of the feminine qualities. When you look at that, you say, oh my God, we are literally raising this generation of boys to become robots.
Okay, so no, we're not. We haven't done this for 4 generations. Matter of fact, we haven't done this for 4 generations. We probably won't do it for the 5th. Because what we've been doing since 1965, since post-sexual revolution, is we've been teaching this Jungian anima animus bullshit, this blank slate horseshit. And by the way, I took Destiny to task on this not too long ago too, where Destiny's saying, well, the ideal human being or the ideal human male is the guy who has this much masculinity and he's just got this much femininity. And there's it's almost androgyny. And if you look at this guy right here, if you look at Justin Baldini, the dude is androgynous. He talks like a woman. He has, he's got the masculine features, but if he could be the bearded lady just as easily as anybody else. If you put makeup on him, he looks like the fucking bearded lady that was on with Dr. Phil and Matt Walsh that one time. And I'm not saying that as an insult. I'm saying that this is the ideal state for human beings in general, at least for guys who are bought into this new agey bullshit. This is post-sexual revolution, new age religion is what this is. is men and women should be just about the same. It's the same idea of egalitarian equalism. It stems from the blank slateism. And it also stems from the idea that we have to teach and we have to socialize men to like boys to be more feminine, because if we do, then there's a better perfect balance between the feminine and the masculine. How come we don't look at it in terms of like evolutionary psychology or evolutionary biology? Why do we still presume that Carl Jung had it right when it comes to you have a masculine side and a feminine side? How about this? How about the ideal man is like he's this much masculine and he's this much feminine, and that's the way it works, because you know what? The ideal feminine is this much feminine and this much masculine. And then when they come together, they're complements. Instead of trying to be this perfect, idealized fucking androgynous thing, instead of having, you want to know why men and women don't need each other? It's exactly this fucking mentality. Why would you need it? You're this self-sufficient, self-contained, self-fulfilling thing because you have all this equal amount of feminine and this equal amount of masculine. And it's bullshit. It's a throwback to the blank slate. It's a throwback to this Enlightenment era bullshit that was picked up on by Dr. Carl Jung, which was very popularized in the 60s, in the hippie days and the fucking Woodstock days. And the boomers love that shit and they still eat it up today. That's where this is coming from. No, the ideal state for boys is to have this much masculine and this much feminine, and then have the opposite for girls. Why? Because when we do that, we find out that we're innate complements to one another and we actually need each other. When a boy or when a woman or a man has the equal amount of masculine and feminine, both of in their personalities, assuming that animus is for real, they don't need each other. Who the fuck would care? Right? We're androgynous things. We have no need for anything outside of ourselves because we're self-fulfilling. You know, we're the perfect balance of feminine and masculine. No, we're not. And you know why? Because you cannot separate the biological sex from the gender, from those attributes. The reason why we even say nurturing and compassion, I don't know what the fucking movement is, but all that stuff that we think of as feminine qualities are downstream from the biochemistry and the neurochemistry of men and women. So when we say, okay, well, I don't feel like a man, so I'm going to be a trans woman, whatever it is, right? Why would where's the balance in that? Are they robots? Because now they want to be one thing rather than another? Or are we just pandering to some just sort of mass neurosis here because what feels better? That's the problem with these guys. It's all about feels. It's feels before reals. God damn. Yeah. Thank you for that. But, you know, and the reason why we say that is the guy's kind of seems gay is because he's very effeminate. He's very fey, right? And you're not even really getting that from this guy. And I would love to have this conversation with this guy. It'll never happen because the first thing out of my mouth is, why are you taking money from fucking NGOs? But that's the thing is that, and you're never going to have this conversation because you're never going to agree on the fact that these guys are like 100% still invested. And again, I understand why, because that kind of shit plays well with women. It plays well with the idea. It's the Matt Hussey effect, right? These guys want to, and even Chris Williamson does the same thing. They want to appeal to a female audience. Matt Hussey at least came up with something original. He's like, hey, girls, let's go to this seminar. I'll find out what you want from guys. Then I'm going to go over to the guys over here and tell them to shape up or ship out. And then this is what you want them to, like, he's going to be like the liaison between women and men, right? It never works because they still believe in this idea that you can have sort of like similar or perfect balance between male and female in any human. And essentially that mentality removes gender. It removes sex. It makes you an androgynous thing. So if you had, wouldn't it be great if we just like imbue these guys with emotion and compassion? And if we just did that, we just taught them that. Now that's social constructionism. First of all, it's bullshit. Men are going to be more aggressive and more violent and more hostile than women. End of story. Because that's how nature built us. That's how evolution or God or whatever responsibility you want to throw out that's how guys are. Testosterone. Take that away, then maybe you can go be a girl. Isn't it funny how if we add testosterone to a human body, it masculinizes that body. And if we do, I don't know, whatever, estrogen, or we have the hormone therapy for like women and stuff like that, and guys start growing tits, and guys' hips start looking like, you know, the hips to waist ratio, and they start looking more feminine as a result of then suddenly that feminizes the body. Yes, because gender is downstream from fucking biology, from from the endocrine system, from those hormones. I don't know. I've said this before. I know enough female bodybuilders who've been on, like, you know, on gear, right? I know enough women who've been on, like, female bodybuilders, competitors, and the first thing they say, and I think there was a girl on Joe Rogan not too long ago said the same thing. You give a woman a dose of testosterone cyprinate. For instance, if my wife were to get my dosage of TRT, first thing she would say is, God, I can't believe how horny you guys are. You know, because that should be a conventionally masculine trait. Guys are horny. Guys want to fuck. Oh, that's conventionally masculine because we have 12 to 17 times more testosterone than women do. That's why whenever anybody tells you women just love sex as much as men, no, they don't. Until they have 17 times the amount of testosterone running through their bloodstream, they will never know what it's like to be a guy, especially when it comes to the male sex response. What advice do you have for a dude at his SMV peak, whom women approach and men admire, but who is totally disenfranchised with women and their behavior? Start re-enfranchising yourself. What's the behavior? How do you want them to act? That's the question. I'm disenfranchised with women and their behavior. Disenfranchised. Where are you getting the language from, first of all? The behavior. What behavior? Because they're dressing sexy? Because they're trying to advertise their sexual availability? Welcome to fucking planet Earth. Like, I think not enough guys, especially when not enough guys need to understand that they need to meet women where they're at. And I'm not saying, Rollo saying you should tolerate degeneracy and immorality. No, I'm just saying you need to fucking lighten the fuck up, Francis, and go out and enjoy women for what they are. As I said before, and I'll say it again, the red pill does not exist so men will hate women. The red pill exists so men will not hate women for what they cannot be to them. And understanding that will re-enfranchise you, and you won't have so much problems with their behavior because you say, that's just how women are. That's how they're. I can choose to deal with that, or I cannot deal with that. If you choose not to deal with that, well, there's plenty of MGTOW and black pill channels for you, but it's not as bad as you think. Why wouldn't you? Why would you? Like, I love this part. Like when people like start talking about like tattoos on a chick. Gee, I'm cool. I love it when they like say, oh, that's a red flag. It's a red flag if she has, tattoos or whatever. Dude, that's a fucking green flag to me. I don't care. I'm not going to marry him. If I found myself single tomorrow, I certainly wouldn't discern. I wouldn't fucking rule out a woman with like fucking sleeve of tats or something. As long as she's hot. There's only one criteria. Is she hot? Does she have big titties? Does she look good? Is she smiling at me? Does she want to have sex with me because she wants to have sex with me? Oh, you have tattoos? Well, as long as it's not Bart Simpson on the Walmart style tattoo on your thigh, I'm okay with it. Shit, I've been cut my teeth in the LA rock scene. You think I care about fucking tattoos? I think once you get past a certain age, man, maybe it's like 50, all this pretentious bullshit just flies out the window. It's like, oh, well, Rollo, what's your type? The hot type? Do you like black girls? Yes. Do you like white girls? Yes. Do you like, Asian girl? Yes. Are they hot? Yes. How about blonde? Yes. How about brunette? Mm-hmm. Redhead? Mm-hmm. Midgets? No. It's get over yourself. Deal with them where they're at, or don't deal with them at all. Simple as that. I don't understand why that's such a hard curb to get over. Dipping my toe in the R&D part of the red pill. First book is a deep dive of the want versus need sexual market. Got any off-the-cuff subjects to research or focus? It's targeted to the uninitiated. Want versus need. See, that's the thing is like I view sex as a need. And people say, well, you can live without sex, Rollo. No, you can't. Especially as a guy, you can't. Because eventually it will take its toll on your mental health. It will take its toll on your physical health. So, for instance, if you don't have sex, will you live? Yeah. But are you living? As I said before, the sex is the glue that keeps a relationship together. So ask any guy who is married and hasn't had sex in the last 10 years because his wife is a shrew or she's frigid or she just doesn't want to fuck. He lives in a sexless marriage. And then that guy gets out of that and he gets back into the sexual marketplace and he's finally fucking again. Like, ask him if sex is a need or a want. It's both, really. I don't know where I would tell you to go, like, a deep dive into the want versus need sexual market. I hate even using the term need because like want is need and need is want. Like want is the proximate goal, is the proximate outcome, meaning like right there. Like for instance, like I always tell this story. Like when I met my wife, I didn't think, I wonder if she'd be a great mother for my children. And I wonder if we would be married for 28 years. And I wonder if we could have a life together and have dogs and a house and everything. I saw that ass. I'm like, I want to fuck. I want to tap that ass. That's the proximate outcome. That's the want. Okay. The need is, well, I need a woman who's got, a little bit more going for her than just, sucking a good dick. Okay. I mean, that's definitely the top of the priority lists. Yeah, that's top. But then, okay, now we're going to talk about need. Maybe that's where I need to go with it. Want versus need, long-term versus short-term. That's hard for me to say. I'd have to think about that. Chad is born on 3rd and gives advice like it's easy to hit a triple. Yeah, that's true. How old is that Ibanez Destroyer in the back? Okay, this is a 1984 Ibanez Destroyer. Right. Let's see. Oh, you can't see it. There you go. Now you can see it. A 1984 Ibanez Destroyer. That year did not come. In fact, it hadn't even been invented yet, but that has a Floyd Rose tremolo system that I sank in there, and then I ended up having to cut the neck to accommodate. The top two, well, it's the neck and the mid are DiMarzio's, and then the bass one there is a bare knuckles. The bridge pickup is a bare knuckles pickups. It's a silo pickup, which is I think Rabia's. I think it's his signature. It is smooth as silk too. I got it because I've had that for a long time. That was one of my first guitars. That's probably my oldest guitar. From me personally buying it. I have a 1963 Gibson F0, which is an acoustic guitar. It's the only Gibson I own is actually an acoustic one. It's probably worth a good $2,000, I think. But it's the old folk acoustic. I use it for my classical and my Latin play when I play flamenco. But as far as me ownership, I bought that guitar in 1988, 87, 88 at a guitar shop in Santa Cruz, California. And I saw it. I knew I had to have it. I traded in one guitar plus some money for it, and I got it. And I have the original case for it too. And the Floyd Rose was in it, and it was cut for like the locking nut was cut on the neck. And it just played like butter. It's one of my favorite guitars. And yes, I realize it's the old Def Leppard. It's like Phil Collins style guitar that he made popular in one video, in the Photograph video. People will recognize my Frankenstrat. I have an Eddie Van Halen Frankenstrat that actually plays a Kramer too. That plays pretty good. But everybody goes, "Oh, it's an Eddie Van Halen guitar," right? But they don't know that this is like a Phil Collins Def Leppard style guitar. But Yeah, it's 1980. The destroyer itself is 1984. Just need to be held. God, yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry I had to play you Justin Baldini today. Why won't Chris Williamson, Dr. Taraban say your name? Because if they did, they would be sending me traffic, and people might be a little bit upset that they actually have to recognize somebody who is in the red pill. Myron and I talked about that too. We're like, I've had this conversation with Mike on a few occasions, like where if you look at like, I don't know if Taraban's like trying to avoid me. I don't think he is, because he did an interview with Mike. I hope not. I like Dr. Taraban. I don't have a problem with him. Chris Williamson, on the other hand. Yeah, Myron was talking about that. He says, these guys talk shit, and they constantly, in fact, there was just a new video out. They constantly talk shit about the red pill and like sort of like sideways, like redirecting it at me or Myron. And yet they don't want to have any conversation with us whatsoever. And I always find that suspect, because they'll go and talk. He'll talk with Mac Murphy. He'll talk with fucking Michaela Peterson. He'll talk with Date Psych dude. He'll talk with, what's that other guy? Something the Barbarian. I don't think it's the fat ginger guy that's like supposed to be a psychologist. I can't remember his name. He'll talk with Destiny. He's had Destiny on twice. Oh, tell us about the red pill, Destiny. What the fuck are you talking to him about the red pill for? He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. This guy thinks he fucking took Donovan Sharp's scalp because Donovan decided that he was going to leave the Manosphere, which he's probably not. But like Destiny throws some video out there about like, oh yeah, we got him. Oh, he's a fake guru and he's leaving, and we fucking shamed him, so he left. No, you didn't. You didn't. You're a fucking idiot. I'm glad you think that that's great content. Go back and start talking about the assassination attempt some more. Why don't you get back into that? It seemed to work so well back in July. Trust me, you had nothing to do with that. But I talked to Mike, and Mike goes, here's what we do. Ignore them and outwork them. That's what I plan to do. And that's Jocko Willink, by the way. I gotta say his name right. Because at some point it's going to seem suspect. It's going to seem weird that me or Mike or anyone else, like anybody associated with me, is not on that show. They're going to run out of guests. In fact, right now, for all the production value and as glossed and as smooth, it looks great, man. You got great fucking videography. I will give you that, Chris Williamson. But you keep interviewing the same fuckers over and over and over again. It is boring. What did I say about content being? Content is king. Like if you don't have good interviews, or you're repeating yourself over and over again, people don't care. Like I'm wondering what your analytics must look like, especially when it's a repeat. When you have like a Jordan Peterson on there for the fourth time, or Destiny on for the third time, or whoever else, like does it really work out for you? Is it that? Because I know he has to go through post-production. I know he's one of these guys who goes and takes, it takes a very long interview. It's probably a 2-hour interview, and then they pare it down to 90 minutes. Like, so your post-production, as well as your raw video and everything else, it's a lot of fucking investment. I'm sure that's not cheap. But is it really paying off to interview Destiny 3 times, or what was there? Whitney Cummings? That was boring. Whitney Cummings was boring as fuck, Chris. Come on, man. You want a fucking real show? I will give you a real show. Mike will give you a real show. Myron will give you a real show. Don't want to hear it. Not yet. Sooner or later you will. Once you are tapped out, once you do the 9th interview of Whitney Cummings or whoever the fuck else, right? Or what's her name? Brett Cooper, the Bravo. That was real thrilling. Like you couldn't see that same shit on her show anyways. Hey, tell us about your husband. Well, you mean like you haven't been talking about for the last, month and a half? Come on, man. Beta emotional guys are gay. Gay. Oh, I don't have that. Oh, it's on my other board. Oh,
emotional damage.
Yes, you are. You're correct. They are, in fact, homosexuals. Those guys are sneaky fuckers. Yes, they are. Who isn't a sneaky fucker today? Why are conservatives against female beauty too horny? Booty? Why are conservatives against female booty too horny?
I don't chase booty.
There you go. that what you were looking for? I bet it was. The Jay Peterson cries all the time like a little girl. Looks like an acting gig. Yeah, and yet, I don't know if you guys saw. Did you guys catch the 2 episodes ago where I used the Jordan Peterson and how much money he makes? Oh yes, I make way more than 10 million. I believe him too. People think he just does this out of charity, dude. This, the minute he took that gig at Daily Wire, whew. Anima is a relating function, not an inner woman. It's an archetype. Yes, the female archetype. Archetypes are self-portraits of instincts, yes, drawn from the masculine and the feminine. And then on top of that, Jung has not been twisted by red pill. I'll tell you what, it's been twisted by feminism is what it has been. A lot of people, I hate that. I'm so done with fucking Jung. Like I honestly, I think like Jordan Peterson would very much like to be the next Carl Jung. It's this semi like culty, guru-y. It's like this perfect meld between like the high priest and the psychologist. And again, I'm going to take Gad Saad's side on this. It's like, did Jung have some contributions to make to the world of psychology? Absolutely, he did. It's time to fucking move on. There's more to psychology and the human mind and consciousness and all this psychology, all this stuff than what Carl Jung. It was not the be all end all of psychology. Okay, in fact, 90% of what you want to know why people have such a good portion of women have such a problem with evolutionary psychology is because it cancels out a lot of what Carl Jung was theorizing back then. And it all comes down to woo-woo magical thinking. And this idea of anima animus appealed to militant feminism of the late 60s and the early 70s. And that's why we get the men need to get in touch with their emotional side, because we believed at the time that men's lack of emotion or diminished experience of emotion was as a result of some sort of social conditioning, and that we're all just simply these blank slates and these equal, like we're functional equals, right? We believe this for a long time. I mean, this is essentially what our all men are created equal. It's based on Enlightenment thinking, which was based on like John Locke, I think, the blank slate. Like all men can have the same potential. And while that's a nice fantasy, it's simply not true, especially when it comes to now that we've plotted the human genome, especially now that we know that men and women's brains are different. We didn't have anything like the brain scans or the fMRI images of the male brain and the female brain that we have right now. We know that they are far more different than they are alike. But we didn't have that in the late 30s, 40s, 50s, wherever, during that time when Carl Jung is fucking his students, right? Is turning his female students into teachers because he's banging them on the side because he's married, right? I mean, God, if there's a better definition of sneaky fucker game, I don't know it. But again, he's not alone. I mean, but Mahatma Gandhi was fucking around with his wife too, and he's not the most masculine dude in the world. But the fact is like it appealed to this idea of the blank slate. Everybody has a little bit of masculine. Everybody has a little bit of feminine. And again, that might be a bastardization of those archetypes, but they're bastardizations that have become formalized, and it's just common knowledge, or it's been adopted, I guess, as just sort of the way things are. And again, it came out of the late 60s and early 70s of militant feminists adopting that and building it into sort of really the structure of feminism. Feminism was about equality, remember? It's supposed to be equality between the sexes. And if we could just disadvantage men long enough, then we can advantage women. Again, it's not a zero-sum game. But if we had some sort of religion, or if we had some sort of like psychology that could back that up, that makes our case that much better. Right? And that's where anima animus served this late 60s, early 70s feminists movement at that time. And that's what once we had hormonal birth control, and we didn't have to worry so much about sex leading to pregnancy. Now, if men wanted to get laid, they had to identify with the feminine. because all that patriarchal, smash the patriarchy, right? All that stuff, men being men and machismo, and you're so macho, just macho bullshit. It's macho. It's posturing, right? It was a masculinity became a mask. It became something illegitimate. It became something that wasn't authentic. And if you were your real authentic person, if you're a real authentic man, you'd look more like Justin Baldoni, right? You would be this perfect amalgam of the feminine and the masculine. Now, is that exactly what Jung was saying? No, but it was derived from that shit. So it's the idea of there being this much masculine and this much feminine, and it's this almost this perfect androgynous balance. That was a derivative of those archetypes. We've been talking about that guitar in chat. It looked like Colin's guitar. Yeah, it was Phil Collins' guitar. But he had a golden Kaler on it. Yeah, that's because they didn't have, as I said, when they made this guitar, I believe it was made in '83. The first one. There's two versions of this. This is a Destroyer 2, and then there's a Destroyer 1. I believe his was a Destroyer 1, and it didn't, if it had a Kaler on it, it was because that's what the Ibanez came stock with back then. But it's the Destroyer body is really what I was after. I mean, that's classic. There is no better version of like that style of body than the Destroyer. I'm gonna die on that hill. I have I should have brought it up here. I built it. I have a built guitar. I got the body from Pearl Guitars, Pearle, and it's a hybrid. It's a half, like the front spike there. It looks like it came off of a Ibanez Iceman, and the rest of it looks like a Destroyer. So it's like a hybrid Iceman Destroyer body. That was pretty badass too. But this is where it all started. I have an '83 pink glitter Apex Delta. Know about this brand? No, I don't. I do know that I have a Kramer, is it a Vanguard? I think it might be a Vanguard. I have a Kramer Vanguard that is it's like a Gibson Explorer body to it. So, hey, Donovan Sharp is in my. Oh, are we gonna do the draft? Oh, are we gonna do the NFL draft today? Cool. Let's see if I can get there in time. Oh, Logan is, gosh, everybody like decides to talk to me during my shows. I don't understand why. All right. Oh, shit. Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna have to let it go. Let's see. Last one here. Is female grape fantasies a form of validational sex? Yeah, I would. It's definitely a possibility. Is it okay? Is it the sex that women want? That's really how you have to. If you want to talk about like validation sex versus transactional sex, you can pretty much bet that any fantasies that like sexual fantasies that women have, such as they are going to be about validation. Women don't fantasize about money. Like they're not stroking themselves off to, bank account statements. They're doing it to Chippendales dancers. They're doing it to guys that look like, Jason Momoa. Fantasy is with a big dude who's like having his way with her. That's actually a pretty good illustration, I think, is like, especially when people bring up like, oh, is dad bods real? Is dad? Yes. God, Marty Freeman's Kelly was pretty sick. Yeah, it was. But like I've said, like when we talk about dad bods versus like, guys with really good bodies, which one do you think like women are like having masturbatory fantasies to? The dad bod guy or the dude who looks like the Chippendales dancer? I'm pretty sure I know. Just throw that out there. And that's also why I have a real tough time with the mate switching hypothesis, because I don't think that women are like stroking themselves off to a guy who is a fat dude who happens to make more money than their husband does, who might be in better shape. Oh, she's gonna have an affair. And it's like I love how and now, by the way, everybody wants to caveat it away. They want to backpedal it out of there. They want to backpedal it by saying, well, it's relationship dissatisfaction. That means a lot. Can you get more vague than that, right? Well, is it because the guy has a little dick? Is it because that's dissatisfaction? Is it because the guy's not in shape? He's fat. He got fat, and then the woman or the guy that she's having a relationship with or an affair with is in better shape? Because that would seem to me that would pretty much validate dual mating strategy and not mate switching strategy. My main problem right now with that whole thing, that whole arc, is the idea that alpha fucks doesn't exist for women, or if it does, if it's a motivator, it's only for damaged women or women who just, can't control themselves, or they're young. Like I've heard Jordan Peterson will say this. It's because they're young and their prefrontal cortex is not fully developed, and so they'd make bad decisions. And that, like, yeah, but the women who went out with it, who got suckered by the Tinder swindler, they were in their 30s, man. They were in their 30s. And that seems to me like their prefrontal cortexes were pretty well developed when they were taking out 9 bank loans for this guy who said he was a Mossad agent and he was, a Hasidic diamond merchant or some shit like that. They weren't these naive little 23-year-old waifs. Okay. Something made sense, and the fantasy was better than the reality, I think. And especially when you have women who think that their time is up. You got a woman who's like, you'll notice that the Tinder swindler, like, he didn't hit younger women. He went for older women who had money or could get money. And those were the women who, and his story appealed as sort of this last, I finally have my fairy tale. Yeah. No woman at 23 cares about that. 33, 36, where the clock is really ticking. And now suddenly a guy on his private jet who's a Mossad agent, a Hasidic diamond merchant, needs you to take out a $30,000 loan for him because it's get him out of jail and get him out of, the mob's going to get him unless he can come up with $30,000. Sounds like you're living this movie, right? Your prefrontal cortex is fully developed, my dear. Yeah. I know we're at the 4-hour mark. Sorry. I should go. You want me to go? This is the last show. I feel it's incumbent upon me, though, to throw this one up here one more time. This is the regulated market versus the deregulated market. And I love showing this off because if you look at the right side here, the sexual freedom side, this is like the post-sexual revolution. This is hypergamy. This is classic hypergamy. Women, again, the 80-20 rule. Women, it should be the 100 rule. The 100% of women want to get with the top 4.5% of men. 100% of them do. Your grandmother wants to go see Aquaman, not because she's a fan of the DC comic book character. You know why? Because 100% of women want to get with the 4.5% of guys, right? But in a regulated sexuality, or regulated sexual marketplace, I should say, again, it says strict enforcement of lifelong monogamous bonds between men and women. That's because women and men were interdependent upon each other. Today, I love it. I love how Mike's been talking about this recently too. He's saying, well, the reason why assortative mating sort of shakes out like it still does on the left-hand side here is because it doesn't focus on what women want to, who they want to get with, who they want to fuck. It focuses on who they marry, who they pair with. And again, I wrote about this. The title of it was Are Cads Out Banging Dads, or Dads Out Banging Cads, right? And the thing is because it's deregulated now, the sexual freedom side of this whole thing, courtesy a CAD society, courtesy of hormonal birth control, you take away the risk of pregnancy with a pill, and suddenly you deregulate them. That's a disruptor, right? It disrupts the sexual or disrupts the marketplace. That's why we call it the CAD society. The reason why is because we've essentially handed over the human reproductive process to one sex. That's females. They're the ones who have to take the pill. Men don't take a pill, not yet. That might be another disruptor at some point. They probably have a pill right now. They just haven't put it out there because they know that it will be a force multiplier for men. And then you'll have to have two people. It'll have to be a willing participant. A female and a male will be the ones who get to decide whether or not they have to collectively agree that they will have a child together. Imagine a woman can take a birth control pill and not have to worry about pregnancy. And then imagine a guy does the same thing, whether it's a medical process or it's a pill or whatever else. So the guy can turn off his reproductive process. The woman can turn off her reproductive process. The only way you have a child is if two, and this has to be a biological male and a biological female, decide that they are going to collectively turn back on their reproductive process in order to have a child. Imagine the societal disruptor that would be, where there would have to be this collective agreement between the two. If you had that, if there was that level of sort of ubiquitousness to like male birth control, like there is now with female birth control. And let's just say for sake of argument, there's no chemical byproducts. It doesn't make women crazy. It doesn't make men crazy. It's just, they just are the way they are. They can turn it on or turn it off whenever they want to. But to have a child, a man and a woman must collectively agree together. Yes. Okay, we're having a kid. Imagine what that would do to the sexual marketplace. Imagine what that would do to society in general. It would be chaos. It would be dogs and cats living together. It's insanity. No, because now there would be an interdependency. Right now, only one sex decides. Only one sex gets to turn it on or turn it off. I mean, figuratively speaking, right? Only one sex gets to do that. That's the female. Got my vasectomy, doesn't matter. Can't lay. Well, okay, good for you. Or I can imagine like the guy turns off his reproductive process, but the woman doesn't, and then she gets pregnant from some other dude. And it's like, everybody loves those sort of revenge fantasy stories where the guy has had a vasectomy and his girlfriend gets pregnant. And he's like, "It's your baby." He's like, "That's impossible because I got my tubes tied or I got my fucking nuts snipped or whatever it is." And so you can go take that to whoever the real father is, and I'll see you in the next life. People love that. Wait a minute. Till I'm 100. Is that what you're going to do? I probably would. Now, this is going to be the last show that I do in Reno. I think maybe now would be a good time to do this. So I kind of wanted to look back on a few things. I kind of got into this earlier. And then I'm done. Sorry, guys. I got to eat sometime. I'm hungry. So as I was saying before, it was July of 2022. And that's when Miguel and I decided that we were going to go to Vegas. We're going to try our luck. We're going to take a risk, calculated risk, right? And, a lot of people when people are dependent on you, they don't like it when you take risks. That's when you'll know how confident people are in your decision making, is when you say, you know what, I'm going to take a calculated risk. I'm not going to get like, it's like, what was it? Amazon. Amazon didn't show a profit for the first 4 or 5 years or something like that. That was a calculated risk on the part of Jeff Bezos, but it seemed to work out pretty well for him. And so when you do that, when you take those calculated risks, it's not even, I don't even think it's so much your haters or your doubters. It's the people who love you. It's the people who are dependent on you, like your wife or your kids, or like the people who are there. Like, are you sure that's a good idea? Because my income is dependent on you, And that's when all that shit goes down. But we've done quite a bit. And in that time, really since, 2022. So I published Religion in 2021. 2022 is when I published Player's Handbook. So I published technically kind of in that time space. I've published 2 books. I started working with Mike Sartain. We put together Access Vegas, which I enjoy. I like doing it. I think it's a different show. I think it has merit and it has qualities, and I think it has a conversation. Like, it's far more substantive than a lot of the other stuff that's going on right now, which I don't want to make like dire predictions or anything like that, but I can see myself and Mike as being like the last men standing when it comes to this, because I don't know how much longer whatever podcast is going to be able to sort of just ride on the coattails of Andrew Wilson, who, by the way, Andrew should be doing his own show. Because it's almost like he's the co-host or the host. He's on the show so often now that like who's Brian anymore? And I like both of those guys, but Andrew Wilson's he's good, but again, he's kind of got that moralism thing going on, and I don't know how well that's gonna play after the election. But anyways, I'm trying to think of all the stuff that I've done since this time. We've been doing MOA. I'm doing Reignite. I put out. I've been through. God, how many bands? I got a new band that I'm working on right now. Been to Miami. God knows how many different times I've been on. Let's see. In that time, I was on Dr. Phil. There you go. Everybody drink. We've had several guests on that I never thought we would ever have. I've been on Tim Pool, went on Tim Pool this year. I'm trying to think of all the things that I can remember in July of 2022, right up to where we are right now. And I've been looking at what Patrick Bet-David's been doing, and he's been doing jack shit. I mean, as far as like his making good on all these promises, all the stuff he was going to do with Valuetainment, he hasn't done much of anything. And so the good news is I made a good decision by not going and trying to, hitch my wagon to Valuetainment. And in that time, I just have put together so much and done so like I don't think people really realize how difficult it is to like put together a podcast in general, but also like a studio. So we went from Sticky Paws to the original red one, which was in Jade Apartments as well, but now we're in the new one. And it's finally sort of coming to fruition. It's taken a while to do. I mean, not even that really. I mean, you think about it, it has been pretty short time. So the show's already existing. We were looking at locations and we didn't really decide on one until just recently. And so now we have Red One Studios. It's a dedicated podcast studio. It's our studio. It has a wraparound deck. We have a sweeping view of the strip right now. I mean, we have come so fucking far in so short a time. And so I kind of have to keep these things sort of in perspective when people are throwing shit at me like, oh, Rollo, you're a racist and you have an alt account or something like that. I'm like, bitch, I don't got time for your shit. I'm putting together a goddamn podcast studio. Go fuck yourself, right? Rollo doesn't pay any attention to me. And I'm not going to, because I have so much other shit to do. Again, the whole thing with Reignite right now is just developing. It's just in the larval stage at this point, but I'm writing a new book for it. I'm putting together a whole program. We're putting a community together for these guys, doing some real tangible work. Meanwhile, I'm like, oh, he's not a real evolutionary psychologist. I was telling you guys earlier, like I got recognized in Maverick, which is a sort of a convenience store gas station kind of thing out here. And I'll get occasional, I mean, more so in Vegas, I get recognized here. And it's really weird to go like on a daily basis. I just get so much fucking hate. And then I'll go to like MOA immersion, or I'll go to some event or something that we're doing, or Babes in Toyland, for example. And it's just like, I can't walk from one end of the event to the other without having like a dozen guys want to shake my hand and take pictures with me and everything else. So it's really kind of weird to go from like people who just love you like crazy to people who just hate you like with a passion. So it's really interesting. But I think that the stuff that we have done, like myself, Miguel, Mike Sartain, we've really put together I think a good core group here, and I can't wait to see what we do. So if it comes down to like sort of risk management right now, I don't even think in those terms, man. It's like death or glory. I burn the boats behind you at this point, and that's exactly what I'm going to have to do. I would love nothing better than to be able to just sit here, do these shows, and be able to just write a book and be happy, be content with that. And I just can't be fucking content with that. Hey, thank you very much appreciated, my friend. Something to close out the last show for Reno. Yeah, the biggest little city in the world. I'm gonna miss Reno. I really like Reno. I'm gonna be back here, of course. Donovan Sharp, by the way, is now in Reno. So it's funny. He's coming into Reno as I'm leaving. So at least I'm leaving Reno in capable hands. And then of course I'll be back because my brother lives here. I have family here, so it's not like I won't be going to Lake Tahoe. I'll still be going to Tahoe, which is my favorite place in the world. And then, my brother, my nephew, my niece are here. So, and I still have good friends. I still talk to the guy. I still love my ex bandmates, from Trial of Ascension. So, it's working out. But I just wanted to sort of like do a little bit of a review, because it's important to, like, if you're climbing the mountain is about the view. It's not about looking down and going, holy shit, I could fall from here. Right? It's not about a risk of falling. It's about enjoying the view when you get to the top of it and seeing how far you've climbed. And as I said before, I'm not the kind of guy who's just, I don't believe in contentment. I don't think there's anything. I think the human condition is defined by discontent. And that's a good thing, because that's what motivates you to move on to the next thing. Sometimes it's uncomfortable. Sometimes it's chaotic, right? But you have to learn to thrive in the chaos. And that's really kind of what I have been doing for a long time. I would like nothing more than to be comfortable and be able to just chill and sort of, coast the rest of the way, right? I don't know, wherever that is, but I can't do that. I foot on the accelerator until you hit the wall, you run out of gas, right? And that's pretty much where I'm at right now, and for better or worse. And again, is it risk? Yeah, but life is risk. I'm good with it. I'm okay with it. So the next show you will see from me will be in Las Vegas. I should also point out that in my new house, in my new place, the reason I bought it was because I have a podcast. I've got an area for a podcast studio there. So all this good stuff, everything that's in here will probably just end up migrating down to Las Vegas. So I will have a new studio here to do my home shows if I need to, but most of my shows are going to be done from Studio A in Red One Studios, not the table one that you've been seeing me at recently, but in the other studio. It also has a similar hex, like acoustic thing like I do here. And, it's my studio. I'm going to do something there. So I got that. But if I ever need to do something like this, and I know I have my own place. So got that coming up. And I'm trying to think what else I got. I got irons in the fire. So new book is coming out. I'm hoping to have, the Spanish version of The Rational Male is now available on Amazon. I'm happy to say that the translation is available. I also have a translation in German that is coming out as well. I've got a German translator and a publisher that I've already signed a contract with. So German is coming out as well. Spanish is available now for book one. And then for the rest of them, they're going to be released sort of sporadically throughout the year. But all of the Spanish translations are already done. They're just sort of timing them. I'm actually working with a publisher in Mexico for the Spanish versions. And then I also have Korean versions, if you didn't know that already. I have the first book is in Korean, and then the second through the fifth book are coming out as well. I just finished writing a special introduction for my Korean readers. And I don't know if you guys know this, but like there's a huge red pill following in South Korea. And so I'm happy to be a part of that, or have been a part of that. So it's like this, I've got this multinational interest now. And yes, for my Turkish brothers, there will be a Turkish version at some point. I'm still working that out with Dr. Oz to find a decent translator for Turkish. Dr. Oz and I have talked recently. He is in the States. I think he's here until November, and then he's going back to Turkey. I am going to go visit him in Turkey, probably in the beginning of the year, probably January or February of 2025. I'll be making my world tour. I'm going to go to Turkey, Istanbul, not Constantinople. I will be in Turkey. It's probably the first, maybe no later than February. And I'm going to meet up with some people. Dr. Oz and I will probably form some sort of event. And as I said, we're probably going to end up getting a Turkish translation of The Rational Male out this 2025 for sure. The hardback version of the new edit, the second edition of the first book, will be coming out in October. I'm just about done with it, and I've got to send it off for final approval to Amazon. It will be a hardback version. If you guys like it and it sells well enough, I'm going to end up doing a hardback version for all 5 of the books and then sell them as a set. So that should be coming up. If I do that, and it seems like it's going to be something I can like whip out quick, I will probably try to get that before the holidays. So that's coming up. And then the book that I'm writing right now is Reignite. And so Reignite is really to help guys sort of get their lives back on track. And it's a holistic red pill way of sort of thinking and sort of putting your life back together after you've been zeroed out. So you don't necessarily have to be oh, thanks for that sticker, Blake. Don't necessarily have to be 35, 45, 65, whatever, to read the book, to get something out of the book. This is to help you rebuild your life. And it's going to be, going to definitely be part of the Reignite program, but it's going to be the 6th book because I really think that a lot of guys want practical ways to sort of apply this stuff so that they can sort of become something better than they were before. And it's meant to help guys coming back from being zeroed out. So that's the premise of the book anyways. So that should be, again, I can't give you any date as to when that's going to come out, but I'm hoping like in early 2025. So that's what I have going. As you said, as I've said before, I'm the hardest working guy in the red pill and the research and development department. I will never quit. Now everyone fights. If Rollo fights, you got to fight, and nobody quits. I'm not quitting. I don't even think Donovan Sharp's quit. He's not quitting either. But glad you guys have been along for the ride. I'm very thankful for my readership. I'm very thankful for my viewership. And as long as you guys keep appreciating it, I'll keep doing it. So I'm not going to stop anytime soon. Red Pill's not dead. It never will be. So hope you guys like that. I will see you guys next week. I'm going to be back in Las Vegas, I think, well, certainly by Thursday. So, we'll be back once again on Sundays, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. Thank you guys for watching, and thank you for being here for the last show on in the biggest little city in the world, Reno, Nevada, which I love. So thanks for watching, guys. Much appreciated. And there it is right there.
Would you do it again? I need to feel you on top of me. It was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first time. What do you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools. Please do the same. Time came by and went over like a matchbox stereo. Time to get my thoughts now, let go. Bound to keep me up all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Maybe you could have the best of my life.
Would you like to know more?
Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up every wall while I got your hair. Why you screaming my name?
I feel like I just took a bath in battery acid.
She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and stopping with her hair. Like she's calling you
That's
Kenny.
nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Ugh.
Run me, ride me up and down like a pony. Turning up my song, getting messy. Working up and down on your body. Run me, ride me up and down like a pony. Turning up my song on your body. Baby, we'll get down to it all night. Maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different.
podcast has been a production of the Rational Male. All rights reserved. 2024 registered trademark. Don't steal my stuff.
Say my name.
We say to give a woman vote is like to let a monkey fly a plane. Very dangerous.